Hello and welcome to our stream coverage of the final day of the ZTO's Art main event from King's Casino in Rozvadov, Czechia. We've got a big day of poker ahead of us. Only 28 players remain from 1,765 entrants. €250 buy-in, huge 500,000 guarantee. All the players have locked up a payout of €1,400, but everyone has their eye on the top prize of 62,400. Huge first prize for a 250 buy-in. There's our feature table, headlined by World Series of Poker Circuit main event winner Nathaniel Elidan, playing 12 million, 61 big blinds, and with a big lead over the rest of the table. Plenty of different nationalities there, which is always nice to see. Some good players there. Yuri Hedka, almost 180,000 in hand and mob winnings. Dennis Madsen, 46,000. Jakub Zawerka, 32,000. And Paolo Kozer, 55,000. So some decent players there, and we're looking forward to seeing them in action. Elidan got most of his stack from being on the right side of a aces against ace king cooler towards the end of the day yesterday. We also have a nicknamed player, Cyril Liverpool. I'm a Manchester United fan, so I'm going to call him Cyril unless anybody has any objections. Thanks for joining us. My name's Richard Hayes. I'm a poker journalist, poker player, work for Poker News and World Poker Tour amongst others. Thanks for joining us, and yeah, do get involved in the chat. Feel free to comment on any hands. Let us know who you're supporting, and yeah, hopefully should be a fun day. We'll be here right until a champion is crowned. And here we go with the first hand. Edgar with ace 10 under the gun +1, and to an open off his 15 big blind stack. Here's Elidan. He's had a great start to the year. Won the circuit main event here at King's in January for his biggest career score of 182,000. So he'll be full of confidence. He's coming in second in chips. Overall, current chip leader is Jure Momadou on 15.3 million. Roberto with pocket fives in the cutoff off 31 bigs. And wow, he's lifted it straight away. Sorry, raised 425,000. Sorry, I thought he said all in there. But yes, he has moved well in for 3.2 million off 16 bigs. So it was the player who folded to win 32. Tough decision here for Hedka. At best, the call you're going to be stripping, or maybe you're hoping to be against something like king queen suited or something along those lines. Hopefully unlikely you're against the first ace. Looks like he's going to fold. He does open fold. I would be happy to get that through. Funky little truck toy protector there. Hi, Andy, in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Jack, go ahead. 525,000, 2.6 big blinds, and he's going to get some action from Eladan. We'll do some early fireworks here and see Edgar folding the pocket jack. By Bird, our amazing Twitch moderator. And Eladan takes the 3-bet for 1.35. Leaving some room for Edgar to come back over the top. That's flat, interesting. We've been only 6 big blinds behind. The attack top. Good for Edgar. Does he just stick it in here now? And he does just move all in. Oh, sounds like a big hand on one of the outer tables. Somebody getting very excited. And Eladan on the turn. And that's an unfortunate short stay on the final day for Heidke. Cyril with King Queen in the cutoff. And big blinds. Seems like a good spot to flip it in. And he asks for the all-in triangle. Jack Salter style. Anybody remembers that EPT final table? Who's are in the big blind with Queen 9 suited. Cyril covers them just. And let's go. Happening in the cutoff with 2-3 off. Hi, Apocalypse. Thanks for joining us. The exciting day of poker. The top 5 players also get a seat worth €10,350 to the €6 million guaranteed World Series of Poker Europe main event, which will be here at King's on the 17th of September. That'll add some interesting ICM dynamics to the final table. Add some opening pocket sixes from the hijack. The Berker with King 3 off in the big blind. And we just let it go. Matson takes that one down. Moves up to 22 big blinds. Over to Eladan on the button. 10-7 off. Decides that's not good enough. Berker with ace 3 in the small blind. And he puts the roll to the test for the rest of the stack in the big blind. I think Jack 8 will be good enough. That's good. Quickly fold. Apologies if we're having some sound difficulties. Trying to get that sorted. Cyril moves all in with King Queen. And get it through. Eladan with Ace Jack. To Andrew in the big blind. Our tech guys tell me that Queen for Eladan under the gun. With Ace Queen suited in the next seat. Hijack, sorry. Alexa just flat. And Dennis Madsen will come along on the button with pocket three. Closer with six suited in the big blind. He decides to fall off his short stack. Ace high flop, so Zverka and Cruiser both with top pair. Zverka with the best of it. Gut shot for Elidan. After this hand, I'm just going to refresh the link. Hopefully that will sort out any remaining sound issues. Um, Elidan continues to bet a 575,000. Zverka takes the call and tough spot now for Cruiser. Able to get away from top pair with 5.5 bigs behind and blocking speeds and blocking stuff like King Jack, King Queen. Cruiser in the tank, and he does move all in for 5.4 big blinds. Elidan is the call, and an interesting spot now for Zverka. He does the call. 9 of spades turn. Elidan and Zverka still active. Zverka ahead, but he won't have loved that spade. Elidan check, hoping to get to see a free card, and Zverka does give it to him. Oh wow, Elidan thinks the river. The ace high straight. Probably less concerned about Zverka having the flush after he's checked back the turn. So time to go for some value. And get 1.375 million. And Zverka quickly folds. Nice fold from him. Loser seeds the bad news. Elidan's got there on the river. And that'll be us down to 24, I think. seconds. I'm just going to refresh this link, and hopefully that will sort out any sound issues. Okay, that's the refresh link. Hopefully that will have got matters sorted. Let me know if there's any further issues. So yeah, really interesting hand there. Eladan continuing to stack up chips. Good fold from Saberka on the river. Let us know what you thought about that. Folded round to Andrew on the button with 7-5 of diamonds. Blanco thinking Eladan has a bit of the Adam Sandler about him. Yep, no, I can definitely see that. Andrew does let it go. Yes, that was a big blind only hand, so Eladan gets the walk. We'll be getting some new players in shortly, I'm sure. Oh, I've just noticed Cyril is living up to his name, sporting the Liverpool top there. Obviously a happy man after their season, as much as it pains me to say it. But nobody could argue that they didn't deserve it. Very much enjoyed the Champions League final during the week. PSG were just unbelievable. Apocalypse worst quality season of all time, though. Well, yeah, certainly City, etc., weren't near their levels. Arsenal as well, but you know, you can only beat what's in front of you, and generally the best team wins. So over the course of a season, so fair play to them. Cyril having a good think with Jack 7 under the gun, but not really sure. Stalling for the pay jump, perhaps. Yes, pay jump at 23. Goes up to 1980. Apocalypse, PSG and Barcelona will dominate for 10 years now. So young and talented. Yeah, I mean, PSG certainly... I love that midfield. Vitinha, João Neves, Kvaratskhelia, Doué is just unbelievable. Yep, they'll be tough to stop. Barca the same, Yamal. But maybe they don't quite have the same finances behind them at the moment. So, But yeah, definitely think PSG will be tough to stop if they keep that team together. King 10 for Andrew in the cutoff. And he does open, min open to 400,000. Severka with Queen 10 in the big blind, and he'll defend. Ace, Queen 9 flop, 2 diamonds, nobody with a diamond. Severka ahead with second pair. Andrew with the gut shot and positional advantage. And he'll fire out a continuation bet. $250,000. Severka's obliged to check call. And he does. Two of spades turn. Won't change much in Severka's mind. If he was ahead on the flop, he's still ahead now. Andrew isn't going to slow down. 500,000. Around a third pot. And that's not going to be enough to get rid of Severka. And if this is a brick river, Andrew's going to have to jam to get this through. And he's in big trouble because Severka has river trips. Might be enough to persuade Andrew to give up, but if he thinks Severka has an ace, he may think it's a card to bluff, but looks like Severka isn't going to give him that chance. He's going to lead out, hoping he can get some value from ace X, but as we can see, Andrew's just left with king high, so I would imagine he will raise the white flag and send his hand to the muck pretty quickly. And he does so. And it's been a good start for Severka. He's moved up to 37 big blinds, almost 7.5 million. Would have been interesting to see what Andrew would have done if Severka checked back there. And yeah, if you're looking for some summer poker plans, make sure you check out the King's schedule. Absolutely stacked with festival after festival, featuring the big guarantees and smaller buy-ins that King's is famous for. Got the festival coming up, featuring the biggest ever Hendon Mob Championship, €150 buy-in, 300,000 guarantee. That runs from 6th of June to the 16th of June. And there's a €550, 500,000 guarantee main event. And then in July, there's the Euro Poker Millions from the 8th to the 22nd. And that features an absolutely monstrous main, 2 million guaranteed, €590 buy-in. Couple of new players at the table now. Kai Vatter has come in with a very, well, shortish stack, 12 big blinds, ships it straight in with pocket sevens, and he's ran into the ace-queen of Zedler here, who is asking for a count, but I would imagine will be rejamming his 23 big blinds from the cutoff. Zedler giving Vatter the eye. He seems to be slightly unsure of what to do, but feels like a pretty easy rejam spot. And no, he lets go of the ace queen. Wow. Elidan with ace jack. And I don't think he'll be folding off 94 big blinds. Vatter's first hand at the table, so I guess they've got no prior info on him. But Elidan does make the call. Zaverka gets rid of Queen Jack. And new player MJ folds 10-4. And we're heads up with Vatter all in. 64% favourite, given we know another player has folded an ace and Zaverka folded Queen Jack as well. King high flop, Vatter still ahead. Five of clubs turn pairs the board. Vatter 91% favourite now, and he does double up after the six of spades river. So ended up being a good fold from Zedler with the ace queen. But yeah, let us know what you think about that. I think if that was me, I certainly would have been shipping it in. Vatter has almost 75,000 in Hendon Mob results. Looks like he's a King's regular as well. Biggest score of 20k. Ace King for Madsen under the gun. opens to 2.3 big blinds. Zedler giving Madsen the eye with Queen 7. And does fold. Eladan gets rid of Ace 7. And MJ gets out of the way as well. MJ is from Gambia and is playing 13.7 million. So another big stack at the table. Should hopefully make for some big collisions, some exciting pots. Benjamin's querying the time some players are taking to act. Yeah, I mean, in live poker especially, people are concerned about timing tells. They want to be consistent in terms of how long it takes them to act. Zedler with pocket queens. Opening to 550,000, 2.8 big blinds. Madsen snap folds 8-7 of hearts in the big blind. Seems like a nice hand to potentially peel, but obviously felt off his 18 big blind stack. He didn't want to get involved. King 9 of hearts for Zedler. I think he's trying to work out how much the big blind is playing there. Queen Jack for Zverka in the hijack. Puts his little truck over his cars and open to 400,000. MJ gets rid of a weak ace. And looks like Zverka will get this through. Down to 22 players, so lost 6 in the first 15 hands. Bird pointing out that it's a lot of money for a €250 buy-in in terms of the length of time some players are maybe taking the act. Yeah, no, I mean, it's huge sum of money up top for a 250 buy-in, and then obviously you manage to get into the top 5. All of a sudden you're playing World Series of Poker Europe main event, 10k buy-in, you know, players bucket list. Just would be an amazing tournament to get into for €250. Zedler with the jacks. Opens to 2.4. Doesn't seem to be going for sort of uniform open sizes. Has changed it up quite a bit. Andrew with King 9 suited off 6.3 big blinds. He's going to have to get it in at some point soon. This maybe isn't quite good enough against an open ahead of you. If it had been folded to him in the small blind, I'm sure he would have been shipping it. But he's going to have to take a stand at some point soon. Giving this a good think, Andrew. I mean, obviously he's going to be behind any ace. He could be flipping against medium pairs, decides he's going to wait for a better spot. Vader will defend Queen Jack in the big blind. So Zedler in a great spot here. Only one overcard. And the flop 8-2-2. I think this will be a pretty quick check fold to a small continuation bet from Zedler. Goes quite big, 5-2-5 into 1.2. And I can't imagine Vader will be interested in sticking around for a turn. And he does let it go. And looks like Vader is being moved to balance the tables. Madsen opening to 450, 2.3 big blinds from the cutoff with Queen 10. Andrew does eventually fold. And I would imagine Elidan will be defending the King 6 suited in the big blind. And off to a flop we go. Elidan slightly ahead. Oh, great flop for Madsen. Top 2 pair. Difficult to see how he'll get Elidan to put any more money in the pot, but we'll see. Continues with a 33% c-bet, and Elidan quickly lets it go. Shame for Madsen that Elidan didn't have any of that. Yeah, Andrew maybe is taking the trying to act consistently a wee bit far with some of these hands, but Vader with pocket threes on the button. And Zaverka gets out of the way with 7-5 off in the big blind. And Vader will be happy enough with that outcome. Zedler has under 10,000 in recorded results on hand and mob, so definitely a big spot for him. Down to 21 players now. Players are really going to be starting to think about maybe making the final table. Spot at the final table, good for 4,465 euros. Seven 4, not good enough for Elidan on the button, of course. Zaverka completes from the small blind with Queen 10. And MJ has woken up with a hand in the big blind, pocket jacks. Haven't had a chance to see him in action yet at the table. This will be his first hand being active since he's joined. Playing 64 big blinds. And he raises to 550,000. And Zaverka makes the call. Queen high flop, Zaverka goes in front, but MJ will still be feeling pretty good about the jacks. He continues with a half pot size bet. Slightly over half pot, 700,000 into 1.3. And Zaverka won't be going anywhere. Does make the call. And I think MJ will be concerned about the queen now. Feels unlikely Zaverka would limp call a raise with 8x pre-flop. Maybe 8-7 suited, 9-8 suited, ace-8. But does feel like it's quite queen heavy. MJ is going to barrel again though. Unconcerned. Trying to put some pressure on. I mean, jacks do still look good here in a lot of circumstances, but he put out a big enough bet on the flop, half pot. And Zaverka will make the call. And big pot brewing here, 5.1 million. Oh, wow. And he's binked the 2-outer on the river. Unbelievable card for MJ. And it's going to be very difficult for Zaverka to get away from this blind on blind. 9-10 does get there. It's going to be tough for him to put MJ on Queen Jack. Could this maybe be an overbet spot for MJ? Zaverka, it is 1-to-1 SPR for him, so he maybe does just put them all in. He goes for 3.2 million. And really horrible spot for Zaverka, facing a raise pre-flop following a limp from the small blind and a triple barrel. Top pair always looks strong, blind on blind. He can call and still have 9 bigs behind, so you know, still some scope for being able to spin it back up from there. But yeah, really tough spot for Zaverka here. Not looking at his opponent at all, just running through the hand history in his head, trying to work out the combinations. What does MJ do this with that he has beat? It's tough to see that he would do this with 10s or 9s or anything like that. Is he likely to just blast off with ace king? Feels unlikely. Hi, Johan. Thanks for joining us. You've come in the middle of the biggest part of the day. Shakes his head, Zaverka, in a world of pain here. I mean, if you think it through, it's really hard to find hands that MJ takes this line with that you're ahead of now. I mean, he checks back Queen 9 surely on the river. Weaker queens. Probably does go for 3 streets with ace queen, king queen. And Zaverka does find the fold, and that's a very good fold. Put money in while he was ahead, and once he was behind, got out of the way. He'll stew on it for a while, I'm sure, but a good fold. And MJ and Nathaniel Eladan way out in front, over 15 million. Next placed Kai Vader. We are having a redraw now, so there will be a 18-minute break. So go have some lunch, have a cup of tea, and please do join us after the restart. I think we will have a fresh table. So we will see you shortly. Thanks very much. Sorry, apologies, I got a bit ahead of myself. back into the action. Elidan with the ace-5 from the cutoff. MJ calls in the small blind with queen-10 of clubs. All diamond, 9-6-5 flop. Elidan ahead with bottom pair. Nobody has any diamonds. MJ checks. I would think this is probably a check back from Elidan. Maybe have a small stab at it. Yep, go to stab at it. $325,000. And MJ sticks around for the turn with 2 overcards, no diamond. Seven of hearts, turn. Check, check to the 3 of diamonds river. And MJ is going to have a bluff at this. Comes out with 700,000. And that's enough for Elidan to send his pair of 5s into the muck. So nice steal from MJ there. Pokdoc saying the bet size from MJ was good on the river there. 70% value bet. Yeah, no, I mean, I think basically on the river there, top pair, as you say, is pretty much a pure bluff catcher there. It's very tough to see hands that would take that line that you're beating, unless MJ's sort of going crazy with like ace jack, ace king. Although it is blind on blind, it doesn't mean they can't have a hand. And Andrew moves all in from under the gun for his 5 big blind stack with 10-7 of diamonds. Knew he was going to have to pay the big blind in the big blind ante the next hand, so decides to get it in, try to spin it up. Elidan with king jack in the hijack. Dragorius in the Twitch chat, serious question. What hands are we waiting for with only 4 or 5 big blinds behind? Well, precisely. It gets to that stage, you're going to have to take some risks and hope that the poker gods are good to you. Elidan does make the call with the king jack. Wishes his opponent good luck. And Elidan, 66% favourite. Andrew all smiles. Maybe he knows something we don't. And wow, He does know something we don't. Flops. Trip 10s. Eladan does have the gut shot, so still has 4 outs. And there we go. Wow. Andrew is going to need to fill up now. 9, queen, 7. And it is a 3, and that is a very harsh way to go out for Andrew. And that is us at the redraw now. So we'll be taking a 18-minute break, and we'll have a brand new table for you. Join us after the break. That was a fun first session, and I'll see you shortly. Sorry, one more hand. MJ, pocket 6s. Down to 16 players now. Madsen with ace-9 in the small blind. He lets it go. And you would imagine Vater will be folding Jack-3. And he does fold. So yes, 18-minute break. Down to the final 2 tables. And we'll have a brand new table for you whenever we return. Stay with us, and we'll see you on the other side. Thank you.
Right? Oh yeah? Yeah. WSOP Europe 75.9. Section B.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I suspect that's the same with this guy right here, Martin Cabral. I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely, and I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When he asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. We like to think of a lot of these poker players as, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Absolutely.
Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled Ace Queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so
No, never.
you did.
I'm your
you
biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to
I
come.
think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, no, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
If the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
everything going Cabral's
Snap.
way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiles.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically
boring
frustrating
game, this
spot
poker.
for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin
Just
Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, you know, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, ace 5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh,
Whoa.
wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands he would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can I have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
Yeah, there's been, you know, a handful of significant pots, and Hasu has basically won all of them.
Yeah.
And then outside of that, Cabral's won everything else.
Yeah.
18 million.
And Cabral just says, let's go for all of it. He's going to make his opponent pick up a hand. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, and this should be far more than enough hand, I think, for Asu. Here we go.
It's just 21 big blinds with an ace. Would Cabral play ace-king, ace-queen this way? Or would he play it a little, try to get an induce action?
I think he would be inducing action with a lot of the aces that Asu is losing to. And I think he would shove
There's
some
a
of the
call.
aces that are worse. Here we
Asu has
go.
made the call. It's
This
ace
could be
8
it.
versus 5s. Another monster pot, and each one of these monster pots has gone Asu's way.
What a call. I wouldn't call that.
I knew you have a small pair. I put you on a small pair. Makes
Oh?
sense. 18 million makes sense with deuces, threes, fours, fives.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do it. 18 million in the pot. If Cabral's fives hold, it's over, and he will have won his third bracelet. Otherwise, we continue on. There's an 8,
Oh.
but there's a 5.
Wow.
The 5 on the flop.
5 of clubs.
And Asu now drawing nearly dead. He needs running cards.
Bravo.
And that's it.
Wow.
The river irrelevant. Martin Cabral has won the 50K No Limit Hold'em Diamond High Roller and his third World Series of Poker bracelet. Blinds now, by the way, 40,000, 80,000. So Lena's stack starting to really kind of represent some desperate times for him, as he is now down below 10 big blinds. Victor Blom started this hand with 15 big blinds.
$4 million.
And Cabral, 3-betting. Victor Blom's going to gamble. See what Cabral has. Cards on their back. Victor Blom all in at risk for his last 1.29 million, and he's in pretty good shape.
He is in good shape.
Like, you'd rather be up against aces.
Yeah. You certainly would.
Cabral with just 18% equity. Oh, one club? Oh. Got excited there for him for a moment.
Such a tease of a window card.
2.7 million in the pop. And Victor Blom looking for the full double, and he will get it.
Hand,
The river card irrelevant. Cabral
hit 9
drawing
was
dead.
hit 9 heads up, all in. Tournament final. I had pocket 9, lost.
Yeah, I mean, to me, my guess would be there are a lot of players out there. There are a lot of athletes out there that banter, you know, talking crap to their opponents is part of their game.
Yeah.
It gets under their opponent's skin, but I also think it kind of gets them in the zone. And I
Only
suspect that's the
100,
same
yeah.
with this guy right here,
Very
Martin Cabral.
suspicious.
I think this is what he needs to do to play his A game.
Absolutely. And I think he's eliciting real reactions from his opponents. When you asked Chrissy a question about her chip stack earlier, she did not respond in the most monotone way. He might have picked up something there. We don't know.
Yeah, we forget sometimes. You know, we like to think of a lot of these poker players as, you know, solver robots, but they're anything but. I mean, these are human beings.
Oh, no,
Absolutely.
Today, final table, sorry. Today. You wanna see. Ace King. Ace King, offsuit.
I pulled ace queen.
I think you are an amazing player. You agree with me? You agree with me?
I guess you were cheering against me, so
No, never.
you did.
I'm your
you
biggest
got the
fan.
9 of diamonds to
I
come.
think I'm your biggest fan.
Maybe. Maybe number 2.
I think you are an amazing player.
Thank you.
You agree?
That you think that?
No, no, if you agree with the statement. Do you?
the players are talking, we'll do our best to lay out so you can hear them.
No, 6 million. 6 million.
Chidwick's not going to say much. He'll let his chips do his talking.
That's usually what he does, and it seems to work out for him. Looking down at the Cowboys.
Yep. Cabral, I want to say, is probably second in chips right now with 4.3 million. 3-bet here from Chidwick.
This was my quickest decision ever. I break my record. It was 0.6 seconds, now 0.2. I broke my record.
Oh,
Good
wow.
play, eh?
everything going Cabral's
Snap.
way.
Like snap.
We're only about 10 hands into our coverage today.
Even Victor smiled.
We've already had an elimination.
Such a boring game, this poker.
Classically
boring
frustrating
game, this
spot
poker.
for Stevie here.
Yeah, and 81 quips from one Martin
just a
Cabral.
Can you help me? How much is this, Stevie? Can you count it? Thanks you. Thanks.
Fairly quick check by Stevie here.
Yeah, Cabral's going to check it back.
I like this. Ace-6, not traditionally a hand that can get 3 streets in a 3-bet pot. So, you know, we're gonna throw a check in somewhere. Why not on the flop?
Yeah, I mean, ace-5-5, rainbow. You're either way ahead or you're way behind, right?
Absolutely.
Is the queen concerning for Cabral?
Certainly. I think that, you know, Stevie's got a lot of queens in there. Also, if Stevie has the sort of hand that's saying, I want to check the flop, but it's still a value hand, a lot of those outside of pocket kings are something like pocket queens or an ace, in which case now they're just chopping on all the aces. It's a very board changing type of card. Let's put it that way.
Oh,
Whoa.
wow. And how does Chidwick navigate this? He went from, I hope I can get the showdown, maybe my kings are good, to, oh, my kings are definitely good.
Mm-hmm. It's
How
an
do I get
interesting
value?
card because it feels like it's more Stevie, but one might imagine that Stevie would have put in a bet himself between the flop and turn, or a raise against such a small bet on the turn. So really the only hand that improves would be something like pocket kings. Technically, king-queen improves, but it still loses to an ace. So I'm not sure if this is the type of card that Stevie wants to be leading out on too often. Pocket kings is a real chunk of the type of hands you would play this way.
1.3 million in the pot.
He is going to find this lead, though. He just does not trust Cabral to bet an ace himself on the river.
Yes, yes. Another one of these. Thank you.
And in fairness, and I could be wrong, I feel like Cabral probably would have checked that river back.
I think he might have. Cabral is actually pretty careful in these situations.
Yeah. I mean, what's he getting called by at that point?
Yeah. Now, if you're Cabral, you're thinking about what bluffs can Stevie have here? Does he ever play pocket jacks like this? Maybe.
Wow.
Can I see that?
Really nice laydown, by the way.
Can I see that?
So Chidwick up to 3.3 million, Cabral back down to 3.8 million.
Good river?
Really nice laydown there.
Pocket kings.
Good river?
What else can they have?
I think pocket kings, yeah. Maybe you think I'm too smart, which I am.
Does feel like one is coming quite soon, though.
Yeah, at the end of this level, we will have a break.
Yeah,
We'll
we've
look
been
at
playing this level for some time.
Daniel DeVoris on the button, almost definitely going to move all in here, I would imagine, with pocket threes.
Yeah, mandatory all in.
DeVoris was a coach for Phil Galfon's poker training site, Run It Once. Over 15 million in tournament winnings. He was born in the Soviet Union, moved to Canada at the age of 8, just 36 years old. And he is going to He's going to get some action. Cabral calling. Divorce's tournament life on the line. 3.6 million in the pot.
This is actually a huge situation.
Yeah.
Obviously, this is for Daniel Divorce's life, but if Cabral wins this, he's back to near tied for chip lead. If Divorce wins this, I think he might be third in chips.
Yeah, it is.
Good call,
It's first
yeah?
and second, and then
Good
everybody
call.
else.
Yeah.
Thank you. Giaro.
He'll be very close to
Giaro
third in
approved.
chips. Let's put it that way.
Pocket freeze. Pocket freeze.
So
Not
the former
Giaro,
coach for a run at once. Looking to fade the aces and tens, and there's a 10 in the window.
That
Knew it
is
will
a
be 10 there,
terrible
yeah. You
window
like
card
open
right
it
there.
like you knew.
And Divorce needs a 3.
Good for you, Victor. Good for you. Victor sleeping. And Mr. Guru 6 million happy. I think you are one of the biggest losers of this year, right? 6 million down. Pretty sick. I agree.
One card
GG Daniel
remaining.
in
If it's
main
not a
event.
3, Daniel
GG.
Divorce is out. Jack of Diamonds.
I mean, not GG. Good luck.
And Daniel Divorce, over 15 million in
Hey, now you
tournament
can recover.
winnings,
Minus 6 million. Now you can
is
go
going
up.
to finish 2 off.
Welcome back to our coverage of the final day of the ZTOS Art main event. Really getting to the business end of proceedings now, down to the final 2 tables. Everybody has locked up a €2,675 payday. Here is the new feature table. Nathaniel Eladan leading the way on 16.6 million, followed by Zerzarek from Germany, who was on the feature table for most of the day yesterday. Seems a very solid player on 11.3 million. And then some new players, Peter Zimacek, Robert Vizzi, and Andre Schneider, along with Dovhoz from Israel playing under a nickname, as is Zerzarek. Madsen bringing up the rear at this table on 15 bigs. So yeah, all players starting to dream of taking the title now, and the €62,400 top prize. Huge payday for a €250 buy-in event. And potentially life-changing money for some of these players. And let's get into the action. We lost 12 players in that first session in pretty rapid fashion. You would think that will slow down a bit now. Peter Zimchak opens to 550,000 with King Jack off from middle position. Eladan lets go of ace-8. And no action. Andre Schneider with 5s in the small blind calls a raise from Dovhoz with 10-3 from the button. So interesting button opening range from him. Ace, Jack, Ace flop. Action on Schneider. Dovhoz looks like he's checking if he's made his action yet or not, or if he's still thinking it through. Schneider confirms he's still thinking and does check. Dovhoz continues for 525,000. Schneider calls. Is ahead with the underpair. 2 of spades is a great card for Schneider. Checks again. Dovhoz looks like he's raised the white flag. Schneider fills up to a full house on the river, but don't think he'll be getting anything further out of his opponent. And before Schneider's chips have crossed the line, Dovhoz sends his hand into the muck, and Schneider takes the first pot of the session. Zerzarek with King 10 of hearts. Blinds 125, 250 with a 250 big blind ante. Raises to 550,000. And no action. So Zerzarek takes that down. Folded round to the blinds. Zaverka with Queen 9 off. I think I just heard him chatting there. Sounds like he has caught up with the stream and saw that he made a good fold with top pair against the rivered set of MJ in the last session. so he'll be feeling good about that. He raises to 700,000, 2.8 big blinds, and Simchak's woken up with ace-10 in the big blind. So it's only a question of whether he 3-bets or calls. Decides to just move all in, putting Zawierka to the test for the rest of his 15 big blind stack. And that'll be a quick fold from Zawierka. Hi, Harold Hegel on the YouTube chat. I'm afraid I don't speak German. I did get a GCSE in it, but I have long forgotten it. So if you want to repeat that question, I'll certainly try to answer it. I think probably the most I could manage is Kaiser Richard, Igvona, and Banger. Dovhoz with Big Slick. Opens to 550,000. Schneider's going to make the call with Ace-Jack in the next seat. Dominated at the moment. Zerzarek with 10-9 of clubs in the big blind. And you would imagine he'll be coming along for the flop. So 3-way to the flop. Eight of diamonds, 5 of clubs, 2 of diamonds. Everybody has whiffed it. Ace King still good. Flop definitely favours Zerzarek's big blind defend range. Check to Schneider. And he immediately reaches for chips. And goes for a bet of 1.5 million, 1.05 million. Zerzarek gets out of the way. As does Dovhoz, so that's a nice steal from Schneider. Gets Dovhoz to fold a better hand. Looks like we lost one on the other table, so down to 15 now. Dovhoz with Ace King again, Ace King of clubs this time. Hoping for a better outcome than the last hand. And Schneider again has woken up with a playable hand behind him, King Jack of diamonds. And Eladan with Queen Jack in the big blind. And you would think he'll make the call. So again, three-way to the flop. And again, everybody misses. Paired board, 5-5-3. Two spades, nobody with a spade. Dovhoz is going to continue this time. 700k into a 2 million pot. Gives Schneider the eye. Schneider gets out of the way, as does Elidan. And Dovhoz moves up to almost 10 million, 9.5, 38 big blinds. Madsen with Queen Jack off, middle position. Opens to 550 off his 12 big blind stack. And folded to Robert Vizzi in the big blind, Queen 4 suited. Seems like a hand you can defend with. And he does make the call. Heads up to the flop. Ten-4 deuce. Vizzi hits the front with second pair. Madsen checks back. Ten of clubs turn pairs the board. And you would think Vizzi would want to get some protection from his pair of fours. Has to be feeling pretty good about the strength of that hand at the moment once Madsen checks back. Goes for a bet of 525,000, and difficult to see how Madsen can continue here. He does go for the raise though. $1.25 million. A bit more than a min click. Could possibly be doing this with turned flush draws. If you're Vizzi, you feel like the 10 is very unlikely, considering Madsen check back the flop. Does Vizzi believe that he would check back an overpair and then raise whenever the board pairs? And Vizzi is a non-believer, makes the call. And that is a fantastic card for Vizzy. And Madsen does just give up. And he is now in the danger zone, 5 big blinds. It's well played from Vizzy. Didn't believe Madsen's line. Didn't really make that much sense. Interesting hand there. Let us know what you think about that in the chat. So 15 left. All players guaranteed a payout of €3,025. Original Muffin, bad open and bad raise on the turn. Yeah, it's difficult whenever you have those 15 big blind stacks and it's folded to you in late position with Broadway cards. Maybe just ripping it might have been better. Especially whenever you're shortish stacked and you feel like you need to make something happen. Zavirka has opened here with pocket sixes. Been called by Zerzarek in the cutoff with king queen suited, and Dovhoz has pocket eights in the big blind, and he comes along for the ride as well. Yeah, the raise on the turn was certainly interesting. Five of hearts, 4 of hearts, 4 of spades flop. Dovhoz ahead at the moment, but Zavirka is going to feel pretty good about that flop with his sixes. And he is going to fire out a bet, 600,000 into the 1.9 million pot. Zerzarek gets rid of the king-queen. Don't think Dovhoz will be going anywhere, though, with the overpair eights. And he does make the call. Two of hearts turn. Dovhoz checks it over to Zavirka. He does have the 8 of hearts. Zavirka jams for 10 big blinds. Just over pot. 5.7 in the million. 5.7 million in the middle now. And you'd think Dovhoz will be making the call. Can be doing this with sixes, sevens, maybe even pocket threes. Bluffing with the ace of hearts. less than a third of Dovhoz's remaining stack. And he does make the call, and Zverka is down to 4 outs, 6 or a 3 for the straight. %12 equity, and it's a queen on the river, and Zverka taps the table and has to take his leave. Great deep run from him. Made a very good fold with top pair, so could have been out of here earlier. Ace 10 for Zimchak. He raises to 550,000. Vizzy waking up with the ladies. Pocket queens on the button. And there will be a 3-bet incoming. Does just flat on the button. Interesting. And that leads to Schneider coming along in the big blind with Jack 9. Another low paired board flop. 4 of hearts, 4 of diamonds, 2 of diamonds. Vizzy still well ahead. Tough to see how he gets any of the other players to put any more money in, and he's decided to just check it back. But that is a terrible card. Ace of clubs. Zimchak in the lead. He is now going to bet at it 700,000. Vizzy not prepared to let go of now second pair queens just yet. And the 3 of spades. River completes the board. Potential 1 card straight there with 5s, ace 5. But I would think Zimchak will still look for some value here. Bets 1.2 million into the 3.4 pot. I think the only thing Vizzy really beats now is missed diamonds. And he does let it go. Good fold. Started to get quite bunched up at the top there. 20 big blinds separating first from fourth. Madsen cut adrift at the bottom with 5 big blinds. And he'll have to make a move soon. Queen 9 of diamonds for Vizzy in the cutoff. Perfectly reasonable hand to open, but he decides to fold. Schneider with 7-3 in the small blind, so he gives Madsen a walk, who will be delighted with that with 5.5 big blinds. Ace Queen of Hearts for Vizzy now in the hijack. Opens to 600,000. Folded to Zimchak in the big blind with 9-7. And decides to just let it go. Eladan lets go of a weak ace under the gun. Ace 3 suited for Schneider in the cutoff. Opens to 550,000. Surzarek with King 10 in the big blind. He makes the call. Schneider hits bottom pair on the 8-4-3 flop. Zerzerak checks. Schneider fires out a small bet of 525,000. Zerzerak goes for the check raise, 1.4 million. Applying pressure with the covering stack. Schneider, a non-believer at the moment, makes the call. Nine of hearts. Turn. Doesn't change anything in terms of who's ahead. Schneider, 88% favourite at the moment. Is Zerzerak going to continue to rep a hand? And he does go for the double barrel. Quite a small size, considering the check raise on the flop, 5.2 big blinds. But that is going to be enough, and that's some nice play from Zerzerak. Recognising he has the range advantage and applying pressure with the covering stack. He played very well during the course of the day yesterday. So looks like he'll be a tough nut to crack. Dolph Hawes opens Queen Jack from under the gun +1. Zerzerak with the snowman in the small blind. I think versus an early position open, probably just a flat call. But he does reach for chips and goes for the 3-bet to 750,000. Very small size. Oh, sorry, 3-bet 1.75 million. Yep, that makes more sense. And that will do the job. Some more nice play from Zerzarek. Starting to move through the gears. So yeah, get involved in the chat. Let us know if you're supporting any of the players in particular. Zimchek's going to get busy with King 4 suited from the cutoff. Folded to Vizzy in the big blind. He has ace 5. Christian Bang sending some support to Dennis Madsen, hoping for the spin up. Let's see what he can do. Vizzy does defend in the big blind. And 7-5-3 flop. Bit of something for everybody. Zimchak with the gut shot and the backdoor flush draw. Vizzy with second pair. And he's going to check call here against a bet of 550,000. 9 of clubs turn. Vizzy still in front. Zimchek may want to take a free card now. But decides to barrel again. 1.2 million. Again, a board that favours the big blind defend range. Vizzy has shown pretty good instincts in these type of spots, but folds the best hand there. But it only amounted to third pair. And Zimchak gets that bluff through. Cecil also on Team Madsen in the chat. So obviously got a few friends watching. He's definitely going to have to make a few moves soon. Eladan with pocket sevens on the button. Schneider's went for the under the gun raise here with Queen 10. And Eladan makes the call on the button. A pair for Dovhaus in the big blind as well, pocket threes. And he'll probably hope to go set mining. 3-way to the flop. Ace King 4. Eladan still ahead, but doesn't look great, especially against Schneider's under the gun opening range. Does have the advantage of position. And he's going to try to take this pot. 650,000 bet into the 2 million pot. Dovhoz quickly gets out of the way with his pocket threes. Schneider has the gut shot and does also have the range advantage. A check raise would work here, considering we know Eladan has pocket sevens. Does go for the call. Ace of diamonds pairs the board. From Eladan's perspective, makes it less likely that Schneider has an ace. Does bring counterfeit possibilities as well. I mean, this looks a lot like King X from Schneider. And Eladan does check it back. The 8 of spades river completes the board. Schneider left with queen high. But if he takes a stab at this, it will work, I would guess. But he decides to give up, and Eladan will be happy to take it to showdown, and will be very happy to see that his sevens are good. And Schneider down towards the danger zone now. 13 big blinds, will be in the big blind the next hand. And Eladan continues his relatively serene progress thus far. Madsen with ace 6 under the gun. Lets it go. Dovhoz with 7-3 in the small blind completes. Schneider checks the king 10 in the big behind him. Queen high flop. Dovhoz completely misses that one. Checked through to the 6 of clubs turn. Dovhoz will have a stab at it, and that'll probably be enough. Schneider does fold. So, Team Madsen, your boy is in the big blind, has had to pay the big blind ante, so I think he'll only have about 3.5 big blinds left, I think. He'll be praying for a hand here. Zimchak with the very pretty king-queen suited under the gun. Gregorius crunch time for Madsen. Yep, indeed. opens to 700,000. Sierzarek lets go of ace-3 suited in the next seat. And let's see, what does Madsen have? Jack-10 of diamonds. That probably is going to be good enough. Best of luck, Team Madsen. Here we go. 60-40 spot. Johan says Jack-10 suited, nice hand. Yep, no, he'll have been very pleased to see that off the short stack in the big blind. And he's picked up the flush draw. Still behind though. Any diamond, any jack, any 10. Needs to hit the river. And it's the 4 of clubs. Very unlucky. Well played, Dennis Madsen. Too many outs indeed, Johan. I hope Team Madsen will stick around for the rest of the coverage. But well played, Dennis. Nice deep run. And I'm sure he'll be back for more at King's. So down to 12 players, getting very close to the final table now. In only 40 hands, we've lost 16 players today. So the action's been fast and furious. Undoubtedly, it will slow down a wee bit, or the knockouts will slow down a wee bit. But things really starting to get to the business end of proceedings now. Ace King for Dovhoz. Blinds now up to 150, 300,000 with a 300,000 big blind ante. Doesn't look like Dovhoz will get any action. Sierzarek might peel with the suited ace-3, but seems a bit optimistic and does decide to let it go. Schneider folds ace-2 suited in the cutoff. Folded to Zerzurek in the small blind. King-9. And he completes. Eladan with ace-2 in the big blind. Decides to check it back. Wee bit of deception maybe. But these two very close in chips as well, so Eladan taking the lower variance route. He remains ahead after the Queen 10-4 flop. Checked through, and Eladan picks up a pair of deuces on the turn. Zerzurek does have a gut shot. Checks again, as does Eladan, and Eladan's pair of deuces are good. And it does just go check, check. Let's just have a look at Zimchak's Hendon Mob, 30k. Best live cash, 11.7. Here in Rozvadov in April 2022. Folded to Zerzurek on the button with 10-6 of diamonds. And he folds. Eladan with King 5 in the small blind. Reaching for raising chips. Makes it 8-2-5, and Vizzy's got the worst hand in poker in the big blind, 7-2 off, so there we go. Eladan still with a healthy chip lead over the rest of the table, but quite tight between the top four. Schneider now the short stack. Ten-9 suited for Zerzurek. Such a pretty hand. My personal favourite. And he min opens to 600,000. Dovhaz with Jack 3 of diamonds. He does defend. Off to a flop we go, heads up. 10 in the window, followed by Queen of Spades, 6 of Spades. Zerzurek with the best of it, and you would think a continuation bet will do the job here. And Dovhoz wastes no time in sending his hand to the muck. Looks like we've lost another player on the other table, so down to 11. Everybody now guaranteed €3,800. Jack 10 for Elidan in the cutoff. Opens to 600,000. Vizzy with Ace Jack on the button. 17 bigs. You would think this is a all-in 3-bet, but we will see. Maybe the non-all-in size looks extremely strong as well. And he does go for the 3-bet to 1.8 million, and Elidan will pretty quickly get out of the way, you would think. And he does dispose of his hand. Pocket sevens for Zuzarek under the gun. And Zimchak with ace-8 of hearts in the big blind. He'll make the call. Heads up to the flop. Both very similar stacks. 46 big blinds to 44. And there is the set for Zerzurek. King high flop. Zerzurek with middle set. Zimchak checks it across to him. And Zerzurek checks it back. Some nice deception there. 6 of hearts turn could get Zimchak in trouble here. He's turned the nut flush draw. Does check. Zerzurek will be looking to get some chips into the middle now. Small bet of 400,000. Wants to keep in as wide a range from Zimacek as possible. He does make the call. And he bricks the 3 of diamonds river. And Zerzurek only thinking about what kind of size gets called by King X, 7X. King X feels unlikely. Probably more likely to be 7X type hands. Although, of course, we can see Zerzurek has the 7s. But feel like Zimacek may have let out small with King X on the river for value. Zerzurek goes for 1.2 million. And unless Zimacek is going to go for an epic check raise bluff, this pot will be heading to Zerzurek. Maybe thinking ace high could be good after Zerzurek check back the flop. Maybe taking King X out of Zerzurek's range. But I think you do just fold and wait for a better spot here. Given it plenty of consideration though. And it looks like he is reaching for chips. Tempted by the hero call. It looks like he just doesn't believe Zerzurek here. That's out of sigh. Less and less of Zerzurek's face has been exposed as this hand has went on. He's getting his hands closer up to his face and his hoodie further down over his face. Zimacek does make the call and is showing the bad news. I can see why Zimacek may have felt ace high was good there. Patrick Cole in the chat asking if there's been any big hands so far. Yeah, there's been a few. We've started the day with 28 players down to 11 now in the space of 47 hands. So it's been a reasonable amount of action so far. And I'm sure we're going to see plenty more as we get towards the final table and crowning a winner. Elidan opening to 600,000 under the gun with King 9 suited. Folded round to Zerzarek in the big blind. Queen 7 off. And he just lets it go. Perfectly reasonable fold. Ace 10 for Zimachek on the button. Nice hand to wake up with. Elidan with Queen 6 in the big blind. And he just lets it go. Ace 10 again on the button, this time for Zerzarek, and it's Ace 10 suited. Opens to 750,000. And Vizzy in the big blind, probably not going to get involved with 5-4 off. And Zerzarek flashes the ace, making sure people think he's got a honest button opening range. Schneider with Ace 7 under the gun and decides that's enough to move his 6.5 big blind stack into the middle. Zerzarek has gone on a run of picking up some hands. He's got pocket 9s in the cutoff. Asks for a count. And makes the call. So Schneider's going to need to spike an ace to stay in this. Otherwise, we'll be at the final table bubble. Picks up second pair on the Queen 7-6 flop, but still behind Zerzer X9s. Jack on the turn, so he needs an ace or a 7 on the river to stay in it. And unfortunately for him, it's a 3 of clubs. He taps the table. Well played, Andre. And he heads to the payout desk. So, 10 left. Zerzurek building a bit of momentum. As I say, played very well yesterday. He was on the stream for most of the day. Folded to the blinds. Dovhoz with 6-4. He has limped everything from the small blind in these scenarios. And a great flop for him. Top pair with the gut shot. 6-3-2. Simchak checks behind with Jack 10. King of spades. Turn. Dovhoz leads out with a bet of 500,000. And Simchak makes the quick fold. Queen 9 of hearts for Dovhoz on the button. It opens to 725,000. Simchak with 7s in the small blind. Seems like a potential 3-bet spot, but decides to just flat on the final table bubble. Oh no, does go for the 3-bet, sorry, 2.15 million. And Dovhoz just lets it go. So nice play from Simchak there. Moves up to 13.5 million. Folded to Simchak on the button. And looks like Elidan gets a walk there. Dolph Hawes with ace-5 under the gun. See, playing 5-handed now, so can afford to open up those ranges. Pocket deuces for Vizzy in the big blind. And he does defend. And the flop comes ace high. And can't see Vizzy putting any more chips in the middle here. And he does quickly fold. King Jack for Zimchak under the gun. And he'll open to 650,000. Pocket 5s for Eladan on the button. Makes the call. And Dolph Hawes gets out of the way, so heads up to the flop. Six, 4-4, good flop for Eladan. We've seen a lot of these low paired board flops today, feels like. Eladan decides to check it back. Eight of spades turn. Eladan's now picked up a gut shot to go with his 5s and 4s. And you would think he'll look to get some chips into the middle now. Hand needs some protection. He does bet 625,000, and that's just a quick fold from Zimchek. And the Cowboys for Zerzarek under the gun. And looks like we have lost a player on the outer table. Oh, wow. Eladan with the Rockets in the cutoff. Which is effectively under the gun +1, 5-handed. and he 3-bets to 1.7 million. And this is going to be a huge collision between two of the bigger stacks at the table. Zerzurek goes for the 4-bet, 4.1 million. Eladan was on the right side of a aces against ace king cooler at the end of the day yesterday. And it looks like he is going to be in a similar position here. Only question is whether he thinks Zerzurek has a hand that can get it all in now, or does he just flat? I think I do prefer the flat. And we're going to go to a flop here. And this is definitely going to be the biggest hand of the tournament so far. Nothing to concern Zerzurek there on the 6-3-3 flop. Yet another low paired board. Goes for 3.5 million. And I think this is just a call from Eladan. Keep stuff like 8s, 9s, 10s in the pot. He does just move all in though, looking for all of it. And Zerzurek is going to be put to the test for the rest of his stack here. 10.8 million, 36 bigs. Low paired board, very difficult to see how he gets away from kings. Guess he's got to ask, does queens take this line? Does jacks take this line? Does ace king of diamonds take this line? He's got the king of diamonds, unfortunately, so that's out. But it's just a cooler, really. And he does make the call, and he's going to see the bad news. And this is just a brutal cooler for Zerzurek. 2 outs. Or a diamond. He'll be hoping to see a diamond on the turn. To give him outs to the flush. And it's the 3 of clubs. So still only 2 outs. And the 2 of diamonds completes the board. Massive pot for Eladan. 38 million, 127 big blinds. Brutal hand to bring about the final table. And it looks like the tournament is now Eladan's to lose.
He'll be going into the final table in a very strong position and able to put maximum pressure on the shorter stacks. We're taking a break, and we'll be
22
back in
lines.
15 or
It's a
16
cool
minutes.
game we play, Suckers.
Stay tuned for the final
If he
table.
had
Thank you
found
very much.
Maybe a slightly smaller bet size. Chrissy puts a little more money in the pot. He ends the hand with more chips in his stack. And then butterfly effect, every hand afterwards is different. He might have 6 million right now. Instead, he's sitting on 1.8. Obviously, there's a lot of shoulda, woulda, couldas in there. But it just goes to show how fickle this game can be.
Yep. Well, we have another call from him in the hijack. The other two limps, by the way, from early position. This one's a limp from the hijack, which is also a bit strange. Actually, they're strange, a little unconventional, I should say. Ooh.
Oh,
He does it with aces. Blom in the big blind with queen 10. Not going to fall for it. Says, let's see a flop.
well done, not raising there.
He doesn't even think about it.
Yeah. It is a hand that likes playing post flop. If you were to ever see your opponent limp jam, it would be a bit of a disaster not to see the flop with a hand that pretty. Ooh.
Well, he's got a flush draw.
Can you spread the pot?
Cabral with the ace of spades.
Like maximum?
Victor looks like he's going to lead here. It's not just because he has a flush draw, but also he's the big blind. So he knows 3-7-5 is a lot of me when I check back from the big blind. I can have 7-3 offsuit here. I can have 6-4 offsuit. I can have all of these strong hands that hit this board that my opponents will never, ever have. Maybe the small blind has a few of those.
Right, but to your point, Blom's got them all.
Mm-hmm.
And the small blind's out of the way now, and now it's just Cabral versus Blom. Ace is still best. Because of that, is this a triple barrel bluff?
It's certainly a double. You can see that. I think you have to be a little bit careful always bluffing rivers with the missed flush draw, assuming that the flush draw misses. Because you want your opponent to have the maximum number of flush draws themselves. Those are the auto folds. So whenever you're bluffing, you want your opponent to have all of those auto folds, the draws that missed. So you'd prefer to bluff with something like if he had, let's say, you know, queen 6 of clubs. That'd be a great one to bluff with.
3.
So you'd rather be bluffing with absolutely no equity whatsoever.
You got a double gut shot.
Right, good point. My bad.
The river, I mean, though.
Ooh.
Oh.
Blom hits a pair.
That's a tricky card. Because when Cabral calls twice, you're actually getting quite thin if you were to pile it in with top pair.
So Blom hits top pair and checks. Cabral with less than a pot size bet remaining. Does he pile it all in?
$295.
He decides not to go all in. He just goes 295,000, giving his opponent a pretty good price. So it's, we'll call it 300,000 to win 1.6 million. Victor Blom getting more than 5-1. It does make the call, sees the bad news. And Martin Cabral back up to 2.8 million. Victor Blom down to 1.8 million. You're watching the World Series of Poker Europe. We're at King's Resort and Casino, presented by GG Poker. Jesse Sylvia, David Tuckman in the booth, calling the action. Carlencho Alajan on the floor.
Some really cool names at this event. What was Hisu's first name?
Surzat.
Surzat Hisu. What a
Surzat
name.
Hisu.
What a name.
Jasný, jo? Všechno jasný, jo?
King 9 suited out of the small blind against the late position open. Decides against playing it. Foxen's got an ace in the big blind.
She's at least calling. Maybe some more nefarious plans.
5-10.
In my wow, yes.
5-10.
Absolutely some more nefarious plans.
She says 510,000. So it'll be 350 back over to Chidwick if he wants to call.
These low offsuited aces, the king 4, king 5, king 6s, these are really nice traditional hands to 3-bet bluff from the big blinds.
Now, this is where I think it gets interesting. I was curious what he was going to do. 9-8 suited, certainly a nice hand to play in position, but they're not deep at all.
No, they aren't. But he's getting a decent price. He does have position. Look at this flop.
Oh, wow. So
Look
he is
at this flop.
open-ended with the overcards. Chrissy's got a 5, plus she's got backdoor hearts.
Yeah, this could get quite spicy. I think this ends up going small bet and call quite often, but we don't know.
Oh, well, one thing we do know is one of these players is going to be up over 3 million chips when this hand is over.
At least 3 million.
Yeah.
Okay, we see a check from Chrissy. It's also very fair. How does Stevie want to play this? Betting is problematic because if you bet and your opponent shoves, you hate your life. So a check makes a lot of sense here. The only problem with checking is unimproved, you're certainly not going to win at showdown.
And he does check. Oh, brutal brutal turn card for Stevie in the sense that there's no way that Fox is going anywhere now. Now he has to make a hand. And he went from having 14 outs to 8.
Yeah. But let's put it this way. If he makes a hand,
If he does hit a jack or a 6, he's going to get paid. No doubt about it.
yep. I can't imagine Stevie does anything besides call here. Shoving just seems a bit optimistic.
Yeah, especially once the ace comes off, right?
Yeah.
What story are you telling?
And also, you checked back in position. You represent a lot of ace-X yourself, and then Chrissy leads into it. I know you both have a lot of aces, but you really kind of have to respect that to some extent.
There's the call. 1.9 million in the pot.
God, the jack of
Stevie
diamonds
looking for a
would
jack
be
or a 6. It
disastrous.
is not. It's an 8. He makes a pair. Hand 77 is a doozy. Foxen looking for value. Can she get any?
Very interesting decision point for her here, because shoving allows her to get value out of some hands that Chidwick would not shove for value himself. Potentially, if he has something like a 10 or a weak ace, he may hero off, but he may not jam himself if it checks to him. But if you check, there's a number of gut shots that Stevie could have turned. King Jack, King Queen, Queen Jack. Those sort of hands will bluff.
Well, Foxen goes for pretty much all of it. Does not get called. Has to turn in one-time extension card. And she's now up to 3.4 million chips. 30 entries, including just some of the best in the game. The biggest and brightest. Took it to the felt. in event number 12, the $50,000 no limit diamond high roller. And we are down to 2. Cabral, by the way, was one of the late regs. He joined the fray very late last night. Actually entered day 2 third in chips. Hasu entered entered day 2 as the chip leader. Doesn't always work out that way, but 1 and 3 in chips are the final 2 in this tournament. Look at Hasu. Hasu taking one of the worst hands and raising with it. Cabral's going to flick it in, make the call.
I like this a lot. Not only is he mixing it up when he's crafted this very tight image, it's a very straightforward image, but also just kind of polarizing, using a hand that wants to maximize its fold equity. It doesn't have a lot of showdown value on most boards.
Oh, wow, what a flop we got here.
Yeah.
Top pair and a straight draw for Hasu. Yeah, and I like the adjustments that Hasu is making using that image.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for him, Cabral's got a big piece of this.
Yeah, and I wonder if Cabral just check raises to get it in. They're not that deep. Cabral has a lot of hand here. Never easy to make top pair. To have a gut shot to go with it.
Yeah, and that's unfortunate for Hasu because, you know, normally he's thinking, I got a 6 I can win it with the ace. But we see that the 6 is no good for Hasu.
Is Cabral going to lead here? Yeah, if a 6 comes off here, this is...
It's over.
It might be over. Cabral leads large here. This is interesting.
Why lead?
Well, I think traditionally this is a board that favors the big blind a little bit. Especially when Hasu is mixing his range between limps and raises, and he feels that the strongest hands are in the raises. He doesn't feel like his opponent has any 2 pairs on this board. He doesn't have any straights.
Oh, whoa.
What he said?
Oh.
The chips might go in. Could hand 204 be the last hand of the night? Cabral's a 4-1 favorite.
I mean, Martin is not folding this hand, obviously, so it's just about... Do you say call? Okay, we're going to see a turn.
Maybe that gets Hasu off the hook?
If this turn is something like a queen, I kind of see Hasu jamming.
It's an ace!
Oh, wow.
Oh, my. Wow.
That was an insane turn card.
It really is.
I'm all in.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. No, you don't want to be all in.
Oh,
Look at this.
That couldn't have worked out better for Hasu. He hits the ace, and look at Cabral. He sees the bad news. Cabral needs a 6. A 6 ends the tournament. Otherwise, it is Hasu who is an overwhelming chip leader.
King of hearts, please.
Where did that ace come from, Tuckman? That came out of nowhere.
Is there a 6 left in the deck? It's the 8.
I thought that was a 6.
You know what? It
I
looked
really
like
thought it
for
was.
a second. Cabral makes 2 pair, but no match for Hasu's wheel.
In a very fun spot.
Yeah, he has given back some of those chips I mentioned earlier. He spiked up about 10 million at one point. He's down to about 7.5 million now, but still the chip leader, and by quite a margin, the next biggest stack. Fareddin Mustafov, who's on 4.3 million, and then we have Enrico, who is currently 3rd.
No, sir.
Blinds are going up quick. Levels are just 40 minutes long. Blinds now 50,000, 100,000 with a 100,000 big blind ante. This tournament, just a 2-day tournament. All these players want to jump into the main event.
I think I will call back.
Yeah.
It's around 2
Nothing
million.
better to do after you win close to $1 million than
Call.
jump in the next poker tournament, you know?
Yeah. And by the way, flight A of the main event going on right now. We'll be showing Flight B tomorrow. We getting all in here. Komoski calls.
Nines.
It is a tax tournament life on the line. 11 players remain.
You want?
Could we be down to 10?
You want? Okay, give him 9 of diamond. 9 of diamond.
9 of diamonds.
These are a bunch of sickos, Tuckman. You celebrate wins when you're a sicko by continuing to gamble.
Oh yeah, no doubt about it.
Depends from
When
the
you're in
card.
Rosvadov, you're there to gamble, you're there to have fun, there to play poker.
Oh,
Now you want diamond.
Komoski one card away from.
Diamonds are forever.
Well, Attack has picked up a few more outs with that club,
GG.
but it does not come.
Wow.
Deuce of Hearts on the river, and that is it. Attack eliminated. It's aces versus queens. You hit your 2-outer, you beat them. Okay, do you really need to do this now?
Yeah.
Happy you have queens
Yeah? Why you happy?
because if somebody have queens, I double it.
Good for you.
That's a bit of a salty needle right there. He says
Right.
if somebody else at the table had the queens, I would have had to double them.
Like I said, I mean, what is going on? It's like Cooler Central.
Oof. And this is going in. You play some tight ranges in these situations, but
7 big blinds.
yeah, Nicholas has 7.5 blinds. Stevie will certainly not be getting away from this one.
I mean, I still can't believe queens and aces didn't go all in.
One free
Yeah,
behind.
that was a wild one,
There's
Tuckman.
24
Ah, see that
bigs.
feeling. One free behind about, yeah?
I try to make a lot of predictions about how these hands will go. I could not have predicted that.
Yeah, I got out of the prediction business a long time ago. I'd rather just pick your brain and find out what you would do or what they should do or what they're thinking. Because, these guys, listen, they're the best in the world for a reason because we can't predict what they're going to do. Even when we see the cards.
Yeah, it turns out we really cannot.
Nightmare situation for Chidwick, but a great situation for Lena, looking for a full double up, just 2 hands into our final table.
No 9, no 10.
Comunque ci sono tutti short, tutti 1.200.000, hanno tutti 12-13 lui, io ne ho 60, cerchiamo così.
33% of the time, this will be Lena 900's last hand.
I think that mustache has grown since the last time we saw Stevie a few moments ago. Doesn't it look like it's jettisoned outward
It's perfect.
slightly?
There's a queen.
Wow.
Queen in the window. Oh, and a king
Oh.
right behind it. What a tease.
We've had some wild window cards
What
throughout
a
this
tease.
tournament, Tuckman.
The queen, but the king sneaks in right behind. A 10 chops it up. A queen wins it for Chidwick. Otherwise, Chidwick will be down to 7 big blinds. The deuce of hearts on the river. Lena with the full double up to 1.8 million. Chidwick down to crumbs. He's got about 7 big blinds.
Hello and welcome back to our final table coverage of the ZTOS Art main event. Really getting towards the most exciting part of the tournament. Absolutely brutal hand to finish the session and set the final table. Zerzarek eliminated in 9th by Elidan. Aces against kings. So here is the state of play coming in. Elidan with a 40 big blind lead over Jan Kernak in second. Then MJ, Patrick Tober, Peter Zimchak, and Dovhoz, all reasonably deep still, 41 big blinds to 69 big blinds. And then Busy and Cyril Liverpool at the end, bottom of the stack. And they'll be hoping to be able to spin it up. There's the payouts. First place, 62,400. Huge sum for a €250 buy-in. Second, 35,300. Third, 24,800. Fourth, 18,200. Fifth, 14,200. Sixth, 11,000. Seventh, 8,400. And eighth, 5,950. Additional ICM pressure in that top 5. Also get a ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. huge €6 million guarantee, 10,350 buy-in, and what an opportunity it would be to be able to play that tournament as a result of a €250 entry. Jan Kernak has a impressive hand and mob record, total cashes of 269,000, including a win at the German Poker Masters back in 2019 in Rosvedov. So he certainly won't let Elidan have it all his own way. Elidan is having a great year so far. Won his first WSOP circuit ring by winning the main event here at King in January 2025. So he will be a tough man to stop and should feel very comfortable on the big stage. So yeah, should be an exciting session of poker. Get involved in the chat. Let us know who you're supporting. If you think anybody can stop Elidan, looks like it's going to be a tough ask. So here we go, first hand of the final table. Pocket juices for Golf Oz in the cutoff. Lines are 150, 300, with 300 big blind ante. This is our first look at Jan Kernak. 3 9 of clubs in the small blind, but let's go. And Cyril in the big blind. Ace 2. Currently bottom of the standings. And side. Let it go. Elidan with King 10 middle position. 600,000. Kernak won't want to tussle with Elidan if he can help it. And 7-2 scores him check in the big blind. So Elidan just takes that down. Elidan is going to be able to put a lot of pressure on the other stacks. It'll be interesting to see how he reads that monstrous stack. King Queen now for Elidan. opens to 600,000 again. Cyril's got the Liverpool scarf now as well. He's 10 for Simchak in the small blind. He goes for the 3-bet, 2.15 million. Busy with same hand as Eladan. He gets out of the way. Three bets from the small blind are generally going to be quite a tight range. Maybe towards the bottom of it, possibly. Eladan side will be better chances, and lets it go. So the next pay jump is around about 2,500 euros. So 10 buy-ins for the event. And these jumps are obviously going to get bigger and bigger. Heads up will be a 27,000 heads up. Queen suited for Cyril in the cutoff, 7 bigs. And may well be all in. He asks for the triangle, and then it goes. Let's see if he gets any action. And 10 threes, not going to be interested. Cyril gets that one through, up to almost 10 big blinds. Are there some sound issues again? I'll try to refresh the feed again. Hopefully that will have done the job. Uses for Busy on the button. Doesn't want to bust before Cyril. does move all in for 13 big blinds. And Eladan is woken up with ace jack and makes a quick call. And this could be first exit in the final table. And a set for VZ, 98% favourite now. Eladan going to need runner for straight and full house for VZ. And he'll be delighted with that. And come up to 27 big blinds. Gets out a big puff of the cheeks in relief. That's a big double up for VZ. Gets them right back in it. Hopefully that is the sound issues rectified. Do let me know if there's anything further. Kevin asking for payouts on YouTube. There you go, Kevin. First place, 62,400 plus the 10,350 WSOP Europe main event seat. Next bust out 5,950 and 35,300 second. Cyril's moved all in with ace jack from middle position, but he gets it through. So Oz letting go of king high. Queen Jack, October in the cutoff. First time we've seen him in action on the stream. He has end the mob results of 13,000. So big spot for him. I'd be surprised if MJP was just a 10-5 off in the big. And he lets it go. King 10 suited goes in check. Nice hand to open. slightly bigger than the minimum, 700,000. Up at 9s for MJ in the small blind. Has Simchek covered. And calls. Heads up to the flop. Again in the window. And the flush draw as well for Simchek. So couldn't have flopped much better. Looks pretty good for MJ as well with only one overcard. So I would think Simchek will get certainly one streak of action. Goes for 750,000 into the 2 million pot. I think this is a check call for MJ. He's going for the check raise, and it's not going to work. And is just too strong. Here's the check. Can be concerned about sets, 5s, juices maybe. He moves the ball. Oh, sorry, 3-bet at 4.1. And I think MJ will now know that he's beat at the moment. Can be ahead of flush draws still. Simchek does have all the overpairs. He makes the call. So 10 million pot blue in here. Queen of clubs. MJ slows down, checks. MJ shouldn't have much queen X unless it's king, queen of spades or queen, jack of spades. Then check with the king of spades. Eight of hearts, river. MJ is still ahead of any flush draws that have missed. I think he probably wants to try to get this to showdown. Maybe a blocker type size bet, possibly. And he goes for quite a chunky 6 million into 10 million. Does Simchak believe MJ's story? You feel like flop sets would have continued to barrel the turn. He checked back after check raising the flop, but he does get it through. The advantages of having covering stack and being able to pressure Simchak for most of the rest of it. That's nice play from MJ. Interesting hand there. Let us know what you think about that. Pocket nines again for MJ, this time on the button, folded round to him. Blinds have went up to 300, 400, 400,000. Big blind ante. He makes it 1.2, and Kernak calls in the small blind with ace 4 of hearts. Cyril gets rid of jack 9 of hearts in the big blind. Another 10 high flop. Another low paired board. And MJ will be feeling pretty good about the nines. $2.4 million bet. Chunky size, 75%. Wow. Big check raise from Kernak. Ace high. Low backdoor flush draw. Waiting for confirmation of the amount of the check raise. 5 million. It's a min click actually. And he lets it go, and that's
Some very interesting play from Kernack. Aggression paying off. MJ obviously believed he had the 10 or the 3. And Kernack looks like a man who's capable of pulling some moves, so it'll be interesting to see him in action. King 10 suited for MJ. Opens to 900k. Juices for short stack Cyril. They go in the bin. And Zimchak's got nothing in the big blind either, so MJ takes that one down. Eladan's going to open 6-5 suited from under the gun +1. King 10 of diamonds for Vizzy in the big blind. And he makes the call. Couple of diamonds on the flop would be interesting here. Queen 4-2. Vizzy ahead with the king high, but Eladan has the gut shot and position. Off an 18 big blind stack. Feels unlikely Vizzy is going to be peeling any turns weak, so a small bet should do the job here. And that's precisely what happens. Eladan up to 35 million. 88 big blinds. Table captain. And loving life at the moment. And he's also picking up big hands. Ace King under the gun. Kernack flats with ace-8 of spades. And with the flat from Kernack, Tober's come along with 9-2 in the big blind. There's a 9 in the window, hits top pair. And he's going to lead out with a bet of 1.6 million. No clubs for Eladan. And he decides to let go of ace king. You would imagine Kernack will follow suit, but he's proved capable of surprising us, and he does just fold. So nobody's busted the final table yet. Pocket tens for Dovhoz under the gun. 31 big blind stack. He makes it 800,000. Cyril nips off for a quick ciggy. Tober with ace-9 of hearts in the small blind. And he calls. Doy Brunson for Eladan in the big. And he gets out of the way. So heads up to the flop. Tober with the covering stack. Five, 4, 3. Dovhoz still ahead. Wheel draw for Tober as well as back doors. And he check calls versus a 1.25 million bet. Five of spades pairs the board. I think Dovhoz will still be looking for value here. $2.5 million into the 4.5 million pot. And Tober lets it go. It's a nice pot for Dovhoz. Moves up to 37 big blinds. Johan saying the average stack 40 bigs. We're playing relatively deep still. Yep, no sign of a good structure. It's always nice when final tables are slightly deeper and we can see some proper play. And yeah, if you're a fan of good structured tournaments, big guarantees, reasonable buy-ins, definitely get yourself across to Kings. Got an absolutely packed summer schedule. Kernack with ace jack, early position. And goes for an unorthodox opening size, 4.9 bigs, 1.975. Smiling, chuckling away to himself. Almost as if he's daring somebody to come back over the top. Dovhoz guessing king, queens. And it's got quite tight now between Eladan and Kernack at the top. Only 12 big blinds separating them. MJ, Tober and Dovhoz with stacks that can do the top two a fair bit of damage. So all to play for. Pocket eights for Zimchek. Eladan with ace 10 on the button. Decides to just call. And MJ gets out of the way in the big blind with king high. So heads up to the flop. And it is ace high. Eladan goes into the lead. Zimchek checks it across to him. Eladan checks back. Oh wow, what a turn. Zimchek binks the set. Checks it back over to Eladan, and you would think he'll definitely be looking to bet with his ace now. Little does he know, he is drawing dead. $950,000. Zimchek with 16 bigs behind. And he sets the trap with the flat call. He'll be hoping the river is a brick to induce Eladan to put more into the pot. And he gets his wish. Ace 10 looks pretty good on this board. I think he said all in there. He has decided to jam. Worried about Elidan checking back behind him. Nearly 10 million pot here. And he does make the call. And he'll be showing the bad news. And that's a big pot for Zimchek. Puts him up to 38 big blinds. Elidan down to 66. So Kernak now the table chip leader. And yeah, what a turn for Zimchek. Getting to the stage now where Cyril's going to have to make a move soon. Pocket fives, there we go. Under the gun, and oh dear, he's running the aces. Zimchek on a roll. I think I like just a flat call here, yep. MJ gets rid of fours. No reaction from Cyril really whenever he sees the aces. Best of luck. No help for Cyril. 2 outs, going to need a 5. Queen on the turn. Close, 6 of diamonds. And Cyril taps the table, wishes everybody good luck and takes his leave. Congratulations, fantastic deep run. Had to nurse a short stack for most of the day today and did well to navigate himself to the final table. So we're down to 7. And the seats for the top 5 to the World Series of Poker main event really start to come into play now. Everybody will want to try to lock up one of those if they can. Queen 8 for MJ on the button. And he min opens. Ace-8 for Zimchek in the big blind. And he's going to go for the 3-bet, the 3.4 million. And quick fold from MJ. 3 pots in a row for Zimchek, up to 50 big blinds. Yeah, it hasn't been the best start to the final table for Elidan, but he'll be hoping to turn that around. Opens the King 10 in early position. MJ with suited big slick in the cutoff. Looks like he's just called. Nine high flop, 2 spades. Elidan checks across to MJ, who checks it back. King on the turn for MJ, top pair, and Elidan. So it's going to be tough for Elidan not to lose some more chips here. He leads out with a bet of 725,000. And MJ is very under-repped here by the flat pre. It's going to be hard for Elidan to put him on a hand like Ace King. Maybe be worried about King Jack, King Queen. 2 of hearts pairs the board. Feels to change anything. And difficult to see how Elidan doesn't lose some more chips here. Just depends on how many. Goes for half pot size bet, 2 million into 4. And MJ makes the quick call. Elidan confidently turns over King 10, but sees that it's no good. Looks a bit surprised, but he'll be happy enough that he's sort of lost the minimum there. Sorry, yeah, apologies. It looks like the bot on YouTube is giving the incorrect payouts, and I can see some people there asking for the info. So once again, it's first place 62,400, second 35,300, third 24,800, fourth 18,200, fifth 14,200, sixth 11,000, seventh 8,400. And in addition, the top 5 players get a seat worth €10,350 to the World Series of Poker 6 million guaranteed Europe main event. Pocket 10s for MJ under the gun 1. Yeah, we'll have those details fixed on YouTube in a wee second. Folded round to Elidan in the big blind with 9-5. And he gets out of the way. Pocket kings for Vizzy in the cutoff. 15 bigs. I think you can still just open here. Dovhoz with ace-8 suited in the big blind. So Vizzy is going to get a bit of action. And top set for Vizzy on the king of diamonds, jack of clubs, 9 of clubs flop. Bets 1 million, but unfortunately for him, Dovhoz completely missed that flop. Folded to Elidan on the button. Gets rid of Queen 7. Dov Hawes limps 10-5 from the small blind. Has gone for the 100% limp strategy whenever that scenario presents itself. MJ with 7-3 suited. And he's going to raise it up, try to take this down now. And gets his wish. Jack 10 suited for Dov Hawes on the button. Makes it 1.25 million. And Kernak gets rid of Queen High in the big blind. Vizzy gets rid of King Jack off under the gun off his 19 big blind stack. Eight of clubs for MJ on the button. 67 bigs. Seems like a perfectly reasonable open. Simchak with 6-2 of spades. These two tangled in the last orbit in these exact same positions. And MJ got Simchak to fold the best hand on the river. Simchak just gets out of the way. MJ coming in with the open from the cutoff with 4-3 of hearts. He's gone big size, 3.8. Sorry, 3.5. And Simchak has Barry Greenstein in the small blind, ace queen. goes for the 3-bet to 4.5 million. And that's too rich for MJ. Ace 10 for Kernack in the cutoff. $3.5x. Really looking to pressure shorter stacks behind him, and they do just give up their hands. Ace Jack of Diamonds for Dovhoz. Welcome, ECW King. Haha, yeah, Dan's voice has changed. Yes, my name is Richard Hayes. I'm a friend of Dan's, covering him while he's off at a wedding this weekend. So I'm sure he's enjoyed himself. Another Irish accent, but quite different sounding, I would imagine. Busy with pocket fives. Gets out of the way. Eladan in the big blind, 10-4 of clubs. And he makes the call. Ace, ace 4, bit of something for everybody. Dovhoz checks it back. 6 of spades. Pretty good card for Eladan, but still suspicious of Dovhoz's check back. And I don't think with that King of Diamonds river that Eladan will be interested in calling any bets. ECW King. We love the Irish accents. Not going to lie, it's a pretty decent accent. tends to be well received most places you go. Eladan does make the call, and Dovhaz will get some thin value there. Well played. And Cowboys for Vizzy in the cutoff. Kernack opens pocket sevens. Dovhaz calls ace-4 in the big blind. Check, check on the king-queen 2 flop. 5 of clubs turn, neither player with a club. Dovhaz leads out with a bet of 550. Kernock sticks around with the best hand. 9 of diamonds river, and Dovhaz is going to give it up. Oh, Kernack's going for, not sure if he's turning this into a bluff or if he's going for thin value, but it'll work anyway. Up to 30 million, 75 big blinds. Some support in the YouTube chat for Eladan. He's had a bit of a rough start to the final table, but still well in there with 48 big blinds. Eladan with king 9 off on the button. And MJ has ace jack in the big blind. And he 3-bets to 2.6 million. And Eladan gets out of the way. MJ and Kernak, top 2 players at the moment. Pocket sixes for Zimchak under the gun. Opens to 1 million. And Eladan with Ace King in the cutoff. Raises to 2.8 million. Blinds get out of the way. Zimchak wants to see a flop though. And he makes the call. Zimchak with the covering stack. And a great flop for him, 5-5-3. Feels like there's been loads of low paired board flops today. He checks it across to Eladan. Eladan fires out a bet of 1.575 million. And Zimchak is going to stick around for a turn. Three of diamonds leads to a double paired board. Zimchak still in great shape. Is Eladan maybe thinking he can get Zimchak off a chop with worse aces? But no, checks it back. Queen of diamonds. Not a great card for Zimchak. Goes for the check, just hoping to get the showdown. And is Eladan going to try to take this away from Zimchak? Checks back, probably hoping to see a chop pot, but bad news is that Zimchak has the sixes and he continues to build momentum. 66 big blinds. He's had a very good last half hour, 45 minutes or so. Folded to MJ on the button with king 5. Raises to 2.5 big blinds. I think this is the third or fourth orbit in a row where MJ's opened the button against Simchak's big blind. So he might be starting to think the ranges are just too wide from MJ. But he does just let it go. Two big stacks. Doesn't want to swell the pot out of position. Dovhoz opens to 2.5 big blinds from the hijack with King Jack. Simchak makes the call in the small blind with Jack 10 of clubs, and Vizzy has woken up with a genuine hand in the big blind, Ace Queen of clubs, 14 big blinds. Seems like a great squeeze spot. He is the short stack, I believe, and he does move all in. And I think this will get through. Simchak just asking for a count. But it's 5 million for him to call. And on hearing that amount, he does quickly let it go. So nice spot for Vizzy to pick up there. Takes the pot unopposed and gets back up over the 20 big blind mark. Eladan makes it 1 million to go under the gun with pocket fives. And I don't think Tober will be interested in 8-3 off in the big blind. But he does peel against the under the gun open. 9, 7, 4. And we've seen this before from Tober. He does like to lead out on these big blind range favoured flops. He did it a hand previously. Leads out with 1.2 million. Eladan's only got third pair at the moment. So could well work. Eladan's not going to give up just yet though. And he makes the call. Tober does now pick up a pair. And he goes for the double barrel. 1.6 million. Similar size to the flop bet. Eladan has picked up a gut shot now. And he does make the call. 8 million pot going to the river. Giving Tober the eye. Jack of hearts, river is a brick for both players. If Eladan was thinking Tober was flush draw heavy, they miss, and Tober does just give it up now. He does have showdown with the pair of threes, and Eladan will take that down, gets him back up to almost 50 big blinds, 46 big blinds. Ace-9 for Karnak from the hijack. And he min-raises. Blinds now 250, 500, 500. Eladan does defend the 4-3 in the big blind. Nine in the window, followed by the King of Clubs and the 5 of Diamonds. Karnak well ahead. And don't think we'll see beyond the flop in this hand. And 1.5 million bet does the job for Karnak. Vizzy and Tober, the two short stacks at the moment. 16 big blinds for Vizzy, 21 big blinds for Tober. And they are most at risk of missing out on the main event seat for the top 5. Tober opens 6-4 suited from the button. Quite a big size, 3.2 big blinds. Elidan has ace-9 suited in the small blind. And pumps it up to 4.2. And that's nice play by Elidan. Cowboys for Kernack under the gun. He's been quite quiet since he produced that check raise with ace high and got it through. Feels like most of the hands that he's opened, nobody's wanted to tangle with him. Opens to 3 big blinds under the gun, and he'll be hoping somebody has picked up a hand to give him some action behind him. No joy so far. And 10-3 for MJ in the big blind. 10-3 suited. Doesn't want to get involved with fellow big stack Kernack with a hand like that. Kernack shows the kings. Kernack claiming kings are better than aces because of the dopamine. Everybody enjoying themselves. Ace Jack now for Vizzy. Current short stack. He opens to 2.5 big blinds. Ace-5 for MJ in the small blind. Maybe wondering if he can apply some pressure to short stack VZ. And that's exactly what he's going to try to do. $3.5 million. Half of Vizzy's remaining stack, but it's effectively all in or fold for Vizzy, I think. And Vizzy does quickly let it go. And really nice play from MJ. You see the effects of ICM, the incentive of finishing in the top 5 for the seat coming into play there. Oh, thanks for the kind words, Yali, on YouTube. Very much appreciated. I've really enjoyed being here. It's been a couple of great days of play, and I'm sure there's plenty more interesting hands to come. Definitely something I'm keen to do more of, so hopefully it won't be the last time you see me. And Kernak's going to give Simacek a walk. Ace King suited for Dovehause in the hijack. Opens off his 22 big blind stack. And Kernak comes along with Jack 10 suited on the button. Simcek get rid of King Jack in the small blind, and Vizzy will do the same with 5-2 in the big blind. So it could be fireworks here. Kernak definitely not scared of putting people under pressure. And he flops top pair. Jack of hearts, 9 of clubs, 5 of spades. Dovehause misses. And is faced with a 2.2 big blind bet from Kernak. He'll stick around for the turn. Seven of clubs turn is a fantastic card for Kernak. Picks up the flush draw, picks up straight draws. Unfortunately for him, he's probably not going to get any further action, but he's gone at a nice small size to try to keep those kind of hands in. But Dovehause does let it go. Always frustrating whenever Ace King bricks, but sometimes you just have to accept it's probably not good and stick it in the bin. GJE querying the fold from Vizzy with Ace Jack. Yeah, I mean, that's, it literally is the 10,350 seat. I would guess. I would think if that wasn't in play, I would imagine he probably would have ran it. Finishing 6th or 7th here is horrible. And you know, I think on his hand and mob he's got cashes of around about 5k. So, you know, probably the biggest spot of his career so far. Cowboys again for Kernack. And Simchak, let's go off King, Queen of Hearts. Yeah, I mean, I think he still had 15 or 16 big blinds behind. So, you know, it's not as if it was absolute danger zone stack. And here we go, current state of play. Kernack in the lead. Folded to Tober in the small blind with Jack 4. And he's become shortish. He completes off the 16 big blind stack. Eladan with 7-6 in the big blind. Checks. Ace, Queen 5. Tober's going to lead. Does favour his small blind limping range. And no spade for Eladan. Can't imagine he's going to stick around. Looks a bit perplexed by the sizing, 2.1. Into 1.5 over bet. But there's nothing he can do with 7 high. Ace 9 of spades for Kernack under the gun 1. Min raises to 1 million. And Dovhoz gets out of the way with 8-4 of clubs. And Kernack will be perfectly happy to just keep on racking up these unopposed pots. Pocket queens for Zimchek. 1.2 million. Busy, let's go with ace-9. Ace-4 of clubs for MJ in the big blind. So you would think this will be a defend and we'll be seeing a flop. I thought he said all in for a second there, but it was call. Eight, 5-5. Zimchak well in front. MJ checks. Has some backdoor action going on, but not much more than that. Continues with a bet of 1.2 million. And MJ is going to stick around. Peel a turn. 3 of hearts does bring in the backdoor wheel draw. But Zimchek will still be feeling good about life. Looked like he was about to fire a bet there, but had second thoughts maybe. Does continue with a bet of 3 million. And MJ wants to see a river. And it's the Jack of Hearts. So Zimchek gets the check mark. Looks like MJ is going to try to take this away on the river. $5.5 million into the 12 million pot. Don't think it's going to work. Zimchek has to believe he has a 5. Pocket 8s, pocket 3s to fold here. Obviously, if if MJ had something like Jack 8 and a river 2 pair, he's still good, Zimchek, with the paired board 5s. And he does make the call. And that is a nice pot for Zimchek. Puts him up to almost 70 big blinds. MJ takes a bit of a hit, down to 36 big blinds. And it's now Karnak and Zimchek who lead the way. So yeah, been quite a while now since the last bust out. Busy down to 11 big blinds. He's going to have to move soon. Tober, 18 big blinds with ace jack of clubs. Goes for the 3-bet to 3.1 million. And oh dear, Dovhoz, who's also got shortish on 16 big blinds, has woken up with Big Slick on the button. And only one move available to him. All in. And should be easy for Zimacek to get away, but I think Tober is going to have to call this off. He's already put a third of his stack in there. He does still have 12 big blinds behind, so I mean, it's not like he's got nothing behind, but yeah, just a horrible, horrible spot. Is Dovhoz doing this with tens, king, queen? Probably not king, queen. Maybe tens. It is hard to see how you're in good shape, and he does decide to let it go. Fight another day. I mean, ace jack never looks nice in a cold 4-bet jam pot. Derek Daddio says big punt. Yeah, it's a tough spot for Tober. You know, I can completely understand the 3-bet versus the ace-8 open. You know, he's sort of got unlucky that Dovhoz has woken up with a monster in the big blind. And then once he has cold 4-bet jammed for 16 big blinds, it's a pretty tight range. Hard to see what ace jack is in good shape against. I think probably at best you're hoping for tens, king queen, but I'm not really sure king queen cold 4-bet jams in that spot. So I think he's just came to the conclusion that he's just always crushed. And, you know, he was correct. Not saying that's going to be the case every time, but yeah, I think he's decided that ace jack just plays terribly against this cold 4-bet all-in range where, you know, we are on the cusp of getting these 10,300 WSOP Europe main seats. And Zimacek, this is the dynamic building that I was talking about before. I think this is the fifth orbit in a row where MJ's opened Zimacek's button. He hasn't had a hand before. This is the first time he's actually had a genuine hand, but that is definitely why Zimchek is pulling out the 3-bet with 8-7 off here. And MJ does make the call, so this could be an interesting pot brewing. MJ smashes that flop, top 2 pair, but Zimchek is just going to shut down, following MJ calling the 3-bet. And difficult to see Zimchek putting more money into this pot. Full house for MJ. I think if Zimchek checks again, I really like the check back here because, you know, what are you getting? What's going to be putting more money in the pot here? And just hope that Zimchek decides to bluff at it or that he catches something on the river. He's going to try to get some value, but hard to see Zimchek continuing unless he does something very funky. 3 million bet, and Zimchek does just let it go. And Tober moves all in from under the gun. 12 big blinds, ace-8 off. MJ has ace-jack. Asks for the count. And MJ lets go of ace-jack. Kernack has deuces. And decides that's just too much. But ace-queen for Vizzy. And this surely has to go in, and it does. 2 short stacks collide. Here we go. Tober has him just covered, but barely. And it is queen high. Vizzy miles ahead. And Tober is now drawing dead. I think he thinks he's busted, but he does have slightly more. No. So big double up for Vizzy. Tuber left with crumbs, about 1.5 bigs. So Tuber left with a single big blind. Kernak leading the way from Zimacek. 17 big blind lead. Pretty close between MJ and Eladan. And Dovhoz and Vizzy now both over 20 bigs as well. So once Tuber goes, assuming he doesn't manage a epic spin up from here, things will get very cagey, I would think, with the top 5 getting the main event seat and all being reasonably deep. Certainly nobody in the immediate danger zone. And he's woken up with queens. Unbelievable, unbelievable. Tuber absolutely raging. Oh, he might be a bit more raging. Vizzy does pick up a deuce. 10 or a 2. Ace of hearts on the turn. 4 of clubs. So Tuber does start a bit of a comeback. And maybe we were getting ahead of ourselves in assuming Tuber was going to be out of here. Tuber just can't quite believe the run of hands there. So let's see if Tuber can continue to spin up. Tuber all in with 9-6 from the small blind. Eladan calls with King 10 in the big. And top pair for Tober, 977. Eight gives Eladan up and down straight draw. And it is the ace of diamonds. So another double up for Tober, up to just under 3 million, 6 big blinds. And this would be an absolutely epic comeback if he could manage to navigate his way into the top 2 or 3 here. Don't think anybody else at the table is enjoying that despite the smiles. And pocket eights for Tober. Immediately moves all in. Eladan can't give him any action. Queen 9. May do. Queen 9 suited. Dolphos with 25 bigs behind. 4.8 bigs to call. And he does make the call. Dolphos the 10% favourite, 55-45. Dolphos wants to run it 3 times, but no dice. Ace of spades gives Dolphos extra outs to the flush. Queen, 9 or spade. But it's a 3 of diamonds and another double up for Tober. 3 in a row. And he's back up to 13 bigs. Almost to the stack that he had whenever he went all in. In fact, I think it was 12 big blinds he shoved. So right back in it. And it just shows you things are never over in poker until you're over. Everybody else at the table astounded. They all assumed they were one bust out away from locking up a seat to the World Series of Poker Europe main event, but it's still 2 bust outs now. And King Queen for Tober in the cutoff. Yet again, straight in the middle, and he'll get this one through. And there we go. Bing bang bosh. He is almost level with Dolphos. 16 bigs. and back with some scope to play. And Kernack takes that down with a c-bet with the king high flush draw. Pocket nines for Vizzy under the gun. Seems like a pretty clear open. Folded to Simchek in the big blind, but he's not interested in queen 8. And Vizzy moves up to 25 bigs. And ace queen on the button for Kernack. Three X's at 1.5 million. We will be going for a 20-minute break shortly. Time for a few more hands. And Vizzy just gets out of the way with queen 10. And during the break, there'll be a chip race. Get rid of the 25Ks, and there'll be a new 1 million yellow chip in play. Folded to Zimchek on the button with ace-8. Opens to 2.4 bigs. Tober, king 4 suited, defends the big blind. He's the short stack at the moment. Trip kings for Tober. Checks it over to Zimchek, who checks behind. Not falling into the trap. Tober checks it over again, but Zimchek's not falling for the bait. And Tober will try to get some value, but I don't think he'll be able to. Ace high can be good. Small percentage of the time, maybe. Zimchek did make a hero call with ace high in a hand previously. Doesn't look like he believes him. And looks like he wants to call. And he does make the call, but he'll be showing the bad news. And all of a sudden, Tober, from being on 1 big blind, is up to 23 bigs. Amazing. Folded round to Vizzy on the button. So it's actually now Dovhoz who's the short stack, I think, on 19 bigs. And Tober, ace king. Just gone on a crazy run of hands. Really like the limp here from the small blind. And Elidan checks 6-5 off in the big. King high flop, king 10-4. Tober is going to lead, but is unlikely to get any action from Elidan. MJ opens King Jack from under the gun. Vizzy wakes up with Big Slick in the cutoff. He did go for a non-all-in 3-bet size of 20 bigs previously, but decides he's just going to get it in now. And can't see MJ making the call. Easy fold for him. And this will be, the next hand coming up will be the last hand before the break. Will be about 18 minutes. Time for the floor staff to do a chip race. Vizzy gets rid of ace-3 from the hijack. Eladan has the same hand on the button. MJ defends the big blind with King-6 off. Jack, Jack 10 flop. Eladan ahead with ace high. MJ checks it across. Eladan will take a turn. King puts MJ in front. But it's a weak one. He's just going to check back. Sorry, check it over to Eladan. He's picked up a gut shot and we'll see the river for free. And MJ still good. Does have one card straight possibilities for the queen there, so it is just checked through. And MJ will take that down. So that's the last hand before the break. We'll be back in 18 minutes or so. See you on the other side. There's the current state of play. Kernak almost a 30 big blind lead. Followed by Zimchak and MJ. And Tober has managed to spin it up from 1 big blind to 25 in the course of about 25 minutes there. So see you after the break.
He could have something like pocket kings. I don't know. I don't know if he fires 100,000 on the turn with pocket kings. He could. Just getting that little tiny value extraction.
Or it could just be a matter of, I don't think you have much. I'm just going to put max pressure on you.
Exactly. It seems like the story leans more towards that type of thinking on the river than anything else. And that's why I would have liked to have seen just maybe a small tank with pocket twos, just to consider what is this guy really up to.
Cabral also, I think sometimes he irks some players because he's always constantly asking him, can you move your hand? Can you do this? He'll ask for counts over and over again.
You're over it before it's even on you.
Right.
You can't wait to fold.
Victor.
I can understand that sentiment.
Be careful. Thank you. I haven't seen anything, but you know what I mean. Yeah?
Cabral telling Victor Blom to be careful. Apparently he's maybe showing his cards, and Victor Blom looks like he's already over it.
Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. I thought Kamoski might come in for the 3-bet there. He finds the flat, and he'll be fairly happy about that.
Yeah, this is a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick because I don't think either of his opponents can fold, right? I mean, this could very easily go raise, call, and he could triple up.
Or it could go raise and then Cabral
Can you put the big chips up front?
re-raises
Cabral,
to
yeah.
isolate.
Thanks.
Cabral.
Certainly could.
615.
Just kind of an awkward spot. I mean, I don't know.
It is an awkward spot.
I mean, you're getting such a good price. The pot's 1.2 million. It's 3.5. It's 350 to call.
No, I have to imagine Cabral's putting money in the pot. I just think he might make the minimum
1.2
re-raise.
million.
Yeah,
Yep,
there
okay,
it
there
is.
you
So as
go.
to isolate the other player out of the pot.
What a dream scenario, though, for Chidwick, because, obviously, under normal circumstances, if he had more chips, he 3-bets the hands over.
Yeah.
But now he will get an opportunity to more than double up.
I was about to say, this is close to a triple anyways.
Yeah.
I guess he was the one who put the ante in, so.
Yeah, he gets it back, though.
Yeah. I'm not sure what Kamoski is thinking about here.
Yeah, I don't know either.
It's always kind of enticing to consider something heroic because if you were to put in that 5-bet, right, and get Cabral out of the pot, you now pick up the dead 600K that Cabral's put in over Chidwick's stack, and you're now free rolling this all-in with Chidwick, where there's this.
But he only
big
flatted small blinds first.
No, I agree that it doesn't make a ton of sense. But if you were to flat some strong hands in order to trap,
Right.
Stevie, or if you just don't believe Cabral and you
Yeah.
think he has a bunch of hands that are like Jack-9 suited where he just has to fold to the re-raise. Yeah, see, he's shaking his head. He really wanted to do it. This was a very cool hand, Tuckman. For an all-in for 6 big blinds, this was a super interesting situation.
Well, Stevie, tournament life on the line, as you can see. A little bit more than a 3-1 favorite. See if we get a sweat or not. I think so. That's pretty good. That's a pretty big sweat.
That's a huge
Good luck
sweat.
in main
This
event,
would have been
okay?
a fun flop if
Yeah, I
this
mean,
went
you
three-ways.
had a top pair with a backdoor club draw instead, but we do have a gut shot straight flush draw. Queen of spades.
Oh,
Bink.
Stevie dead on the turn.
He is. That's it. He's going to take the
Brutal.
mic off, and that is it.
Brutal. The best player doesn't win the most tournaments. The best player makes the most money playing poker tournaments.
Oh, my turn and then your turn.
Oh, Sue's got jacks. Oh, he's going to go 500,000. We saw Cabral 3-bet him with King 5 earlier. What does he do here? King 3. The King 5 was suited.
This one would be a bit out of line, Tuck.
Cabral. I mean, I think if you look up the dictionary and you look up out of line, you see a picture of Martin Cabral.
You sure do.
And there's a 3-bet. See, he's attacking Hisu. And Hisu, by the way, has been more active since we came back from the break. This time he's actually got the goods. And what is Hisu's response? I mean,
I would imagine Hisu has seen enough. But keep in mind, this is terrifying because if Cabral happens to have it and he shoves, he's just out of the tournament when he knows he cashes nearly every time.
Well, that's what yeah, I mean, it's a catastrophe to get 50 big blends in right now with jacks pre-flop, isn't it?
You'd have to imagine so.
And Cabral's got a gut shot.
Yeah, gut shot, overcard. Lot to work with here.
Yeah, I mean, does this go bet call?
I have a feeling if Martin bets here, Hisu finds the shove. I think he was maybe waiting for a safe flop. I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. Maybe he just calls.
And just kind of figure out, like, okay, when he's got aces or kings, so be it, I just lose.
Yeah, I mean, clearing up equity is really nice in the off chance that your opponent has some overs, like he has king-queen or some sort of ace-queen offsuit hand. However, calling is nice because if your opponent just has some raggedy hand, Let's say Martin occasionally
He
does
has
this with
raised.
8-10.
He has raised.
Yep.
Is it 3.5? Ah, sorry, I understand 2.5. No, you see? So wait. Stop the clock. He puts only 2.5. Oh no, 3.5. I'm sorry.
So the original bet was 1.5. The raise is to 3.5, despite the fact that Cabral thought it was 2.5. It was 3.5, so it's $2 million back to Cabral. This is a monster pot. I mean, 9.8 million in there.
I think Cabral's thinking about the fact that what does Hasu have here for value? Obviously, we know he can have like something along the lines of jacks, queens, which Cabral's not doing horrible against.
No, he's got 33% equity.
Yeah. I don't think he believes that his opponent would have called with any of the hands that make sets here. I think he thinks pocket sixes go into the muck preflop. And so maybe he's thinking that there's potential.
Wow.
Yeah.
Makes the call. This pot is 12 million chips. That represents 40% of the chips in play.
This is the pot of the tournament by far, Tuckman.
I mean, if you're the short stacks, you're going, please go all in. Somebody just go all in. Somebody go broke here.
You're loving life if you're a short stack. Watching this, oh my God.
Another spade.
Okay, this
Hasu's got to be
interesting.
sick here.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that has to be one of the cards you did not want to see. Because when Cabral calls the raise,
does Cabral ever lead here? He looks like he wants to find a lead.
I don't think he thinks Hasu is that strong, but I mean, Cabral would love to have King 3 with the King of Spades, wouldn't he?
Oh, yeah.
Cabral still with just an overcard and a gut shot. Pot is 12 million in there. And this hand will definitely change the dynamic of this final table.
What a moment in this tournament. 2 days, it all kind of comes down to this. This pot is going to determine the massive chip leader.
And Cabral is bet. $1.1 million. What? I mean, it's such a weird spot. So he bets 1.5, gets raised. Now he bets 1.1.
Wow, and Hasu is just calling.
14 million in the pot. Cabral needs a king, a 5.
Oh my goodness.
My gosh. How does he do it? But it is 4 spades. Can Hasu turn his hand into a bluff ever?
I mean, he could. I don't know if he does. This is... aside from something crazy happening where Cabral doesn't win this pot, this tournament is close to over. Cabral is going to go bananas on this table for every hand in the future.
Well, if he wins the hand.
That's what I'm saying.
Do we know he's going to win this hand? This is the 50th hand of the final table.
We're not 100% that he's going to win the hand.
I mean, you got to be a little bit concerned that your opponent's got a spade in their hand, right?
You certainly have to be concerned about that. The question is, does Hasu turn his hand into a bluff? I don't know if the answer is yes. In fact, I would bet on no.
Oh, what a spot. Cabral with an absolute trash hand has figured out a way to wiggle his way out of this one.
This is outrageous.
Yeah.
It was a check.
Cabral takes a long time to check.
I think Hasu is checking back here. If he... I mean, I would love to be surprised. Oh my God, he's looking at his chips.
At this point, Jesus, he kicks it back.
He
He knuckles. And Cabral's going to win it. The table's going to go insane.
Wow.
Wow. Interesting. Jesus in all white, Cabral in all black. Devil versus the Angel, and this time the Angel, no match. Blinds are 6120. They're going to pop up to 8160 pretty soon. And at that point, you start doing the math and you realize we just don't have that many chips in play. Each player started with 1 million chips. We had 30 entries. Even with my limited mathematical skills, I can tell you there's 30 million chips in play.
That was pretty good, Zach.
Yeah, quick too, right?
Yeah.
Nothing gets by me. Fox with ace 5.
All in.
And she is all in. Now just a question, do the blinds wake up with something?
Oh,
no.
no. Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yes.
So this is about a, what, let's see, 13 and a half big blind shove?
Yeah. Somewhere in that vicinity.
14 big blind shove?
You generally tend to shove a lot of the offsuit aces that you're playing, and if you're doing some min raising, it's with some of the suited aces. When you reach your final table, things flip a little bit in that regard, but not always. Ace 5 off is just a great candidate for a bluff jam. You get a few better aces to call or to fold, I mean, and Ace 5 is just a particularly good low ace.
Cabral re-raising. Mustafa.
Oh.
And there's another ace.
Yeah, seeing that ace is just brutal for Chrissy. I don't think that she saw it, but, you know, as a viewer, as a fan.
So pretty unlucky for Chrissy. She had ace queen versus ace 4, hit her ace. But the 4 on the turn keeps her having a big stack, and now just a few hands afterwards, her tournament life on the line. We know one of the aces are dead.
But 9 of diamonds, okay? Okay? Okay, 9 of diamonds.
She can win with running queens, by the way.
Running queens? Okay. That's an option. A queen on the turn would be fun, right?
Yeah, why not?
Double, well, add some outs. We'll put it that way, not double. There's only one dead ace.
9 of diamonds.
This is tough.
The ace of hearts.
Yeah, ace of hearts would not help her now.
Oh, I have flush draw. I didn't see that. But 9 of
Cabral does
diamonds is
pick up
okay.
the flush. Fox in one card away, and that is going to do it for 4 clubs on the river. And the 4-time bracelet winner will have to wait another day to win bracelet number 5. Just a very well-respected member of the poker community. And we are off. The final table is underway, and Mustafov picks up aces right out of the gate.
That's one way to start a final table.
I stealing your big blind from under the gun. Yeah.
So of the 6 players at this table, if you're doing the math, and we showed you all the graphics, so hopefully you guys did this at home, we only have 3 players without a bracelet. Our chip leader, Suzrat Husu. The man with aces right now, Mustafov, who is 3rd on the all-time Bulgarian money list.
Wow.
And
Mr. Blum.
yes,
As
Victor
you
Blum.
mentioned.
And look at this, right?
Wow.
Hand 1 of our final table. What? Cabral could be out.
He very well could be.
I mean, it's 24 big blinds.
Does he just call here? Was that all right?
What?
He found. Yeah, I mean the under the gun raise is quite strong. He's decided he'll at least sort of slow play his hand, if you will. It's a bit of a pot control, a bit of a slow play. It's sort of saying, you know, if we get it in here, I don't love the range that I'd be up against, so I'm just going to see a good flop.
5-3 rainbow, yeah? 300. Bravo, Bulgaria. Bravo.
I love Cabral now. He's so entertaining.
Unbelievable. Jack 5-3 rainbow. Normally I would go all in, but
You just call, yeah?
I just call because I like you. I don't want to bust you.
You're not
Please.
possible to bust me.
Don't do anything stupid, okay?
The next game you're possible to
Please
bust.
don't do anything stupid, okay? Please. Check
Oh my!
Wow. Well, now he wishes he had gone all in at some point in this hand.
Well, I mean, he might get it all in anyway. I mean,
He certainly could.
they're not that deep. How many of you in the chat would have played queens the same way? Raise your hand. Okay, now put your hand
Bubble,
down.
yeah?
You're all
Bubble
liars.
play? Bubble, yeah? Bravo, Ferry.
At least 99% of you are
Right,
liars.
Kristen, yeah? What the fuck? Queen, Jack, 3, 5. Rainbow. Almost.
Martin can't believe it. He has the
only
stone
fold.
nuts.
How much?
625,000. There will be 2.4 million in the pot. Cabral with only 1.4 behind.
Martin had better hope that a big brick comes off here. Because if some scary card comes off and Mustafov checks back the river.
What kind of stereo card would slow him down? A jack?
Yeah, a king. I was thinking like a king, king of hearts.
10?
10 wouldn't be great.
Sorry, can I see your set, please? Thank you.
Cabral with just 1.4 million behind. That is not a brick. It's a king. And does it go check now?
I don't know. Is Martin thinking about leading?
Maybe a little concerned his opponent will slow down. What a way to kick off the final table.
Wow.
Enough? Enough?
This is going to make Martin feel bad when he sees what his opponent has.
Banana spiller.
You so bad.
Oh, bravo.
Hello and welcome back to our coverage of the final table of the ZTO Art main event at King's Casino, Rozvadov, Czechia. Still 7 players left. Story of the last session was Patrick Tober down to 1 big blind and then found 4 or 5 double ups in quick succession to get himself back up to 21 big blinds. Jan Kernak with the lead on 38.5 million, 64 big blinds. Blinds now 250,000, 500,000 with a 500,000 big blind ante. Everybody keen to finish in the top 5, given those places come with a seat worth 10,350 euros to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. And straight into the action, Simchek picking up pocket queens under the gun. Those yellow chips are 1 million chips. Dovhoz lets go of the ace-9. MJ with the same hand in the small blind. He calls. And Kernak is going to come along in the big blind with 10-9. Excuse me. So 3-way to the flop. Seven, 6 deuce. Simchek in great shape. Gut shot for Kernak. Checked round to Simchek. He fires out a bet of 2.2 million into the 5.1 million pot. and both players fold. Ace Queen for Vizzy under the gun. He opens to 1.5 million. Tober flats in the next seat with 10-9 suited. Off 20 big blind stack. Kernak comes along in the small blind with ace 4. So again, 3-way to the flop. All diamonds. Kernak with the ace of diamonds, king high. Everybody else has missed. Checked through. 3 of clubs turn. Kernak's going to lead out with his nut flush draw. And that should be enough to take down the pot. And both of his opponents quickly get out of the way. And he continues to stack up chips. Feels like he hasn't really been involved in too many big pots, but has just gradually, steadily built up that stack. Tober with ace jack under the gun. Sorry, blinds 300, 600 now, 600,000. And he opens to 4 big blinds under the gun. And Zimchak has a hand in the small blind. Has Tober dominated? And is this going to be the break of the log jam in terms of bust outs? We did see Tober 3-bet fold ace jack off a 16 big blind stack in the face of an 18 big blind stack in the face of a cold 4-bet jam. And he very quickly gets rid of it. Dovhaus, short stack. King, queen. 14 bigs. Early position. Opens to 1.3 million. Ace 7 for Tober in the big blind, and he moves all in. I think Dofhoz actually has him just covered. After that last hand where Tober opened Ace Jack under the gun to 4 big blinds, but then folded. And Dofhoz lets it go. Tober shows the ace. Must be a good 2.5 hours since we've had a bust out. So something's going to have to give soon, you would think. Zimchak with Ace Jack in the cutoff. Opens to 1.2 million. And Tober has woken up with the Cowboys in the small blind. Raises to 3.6 million. 2.4 back to Tober. These non-all-in 3-bet sizes from sub 20 big blinds in the small blind always look very strong. Ace Jack just doesn't perform well against that range, and Zimchak makes a good fold. And Tober, I think, did he show the kings again there? He's had a crazy run of hands since he went down to 1 big blind, picked up pocket queens the very next hand. Doubled up, and it's only been an upward curve for him since then. King Queen for MJ. Opens to 1.5 million. And Kernak with Ace King in the next seat. Raises to 3.5 million. Back to MJ. And he is going to call. So off to a flop we go. Seven, 5, 3, 2 clubs. Kernak still ahead. MJ has the queen of clubs. And Kernak goes for the big sizing, 5.5. Into 8.5. And that is too rich for MJ. Bird commenting, folding ace jack against a 3-bet in these tournaments is pretty rare. Yeah, it's I think it's really to do with the stack size of the 3-bet from the small blind. Tober has 18 bigs. He's making it a non-all-in size, out of position from the small blind. And it sort of screams absolute premium. Aces, kings, queens, ace, king, those type of hands. Tens, king, queen suited, pocket nines, those type of hands are more likely to just 3-bet jam. So I certainly don't blame him for being suspicious, and ultimately he found a good fold. I mean, I think even ace queen is just going to get it all in there with 18 bigs rather than going for a non-all-in size. So yeah, no, interesting hand. Pocket fives for Vizzy. Let's it go. Folded round to the blinds. King, queen for MJ. With the chip leader, Kernak, in the big blind. And he goes for the raise to 1.2. Kernak does have an ace. Ace 7. And he makes the call. Up and down straight draw for MJ on the Jack 10 deuce flop. He checks it across to Kernak, who checks it back. 3 of spades turn. Kernak still good with ace high. But if MJ barrels at this, he may well get it done. Bet of 1.2 million. But Kernak sticks around. 4 of clubs. Kernack does have the best hand, but it's only ace high. But MJ raises the white flag. Wonder, does Kernack feel he needs to turn this ace high into a bluff to try to get 10x to fold maybe? But he is good at showdown as it is. And he does bet 2.9 million. And MJ is going to have to find the king high river raise to take this pot. Oh, he goes for the hero call with king high, and Kernack will undoubtedly think he's beat, but will be delighted to see that ace high is good. And a bit of a shocked look from Kernack. Has to take a double take at MJ's cards, but he'll be very happy with that. Bluffing with the best hand. Everybody pretty surprised by that hand, as you are in the chat. I guess maybe he's beaten 8-9. Folded to MJ in the cutoff with king 10. Sorry, on the button, sorry. I think he said all in there. Yep, he's jammed. But neither of the blinds have a hand that they can get involved with, so MJ gets that through. Tober opening ace-5 off under the gun. Folded round to Vizzy in the big blind, and he just disposes of 6-4 suited. And Dozhov, the short stack, has woken up with a genuine hand here. And he doesn't move all in, raises to 5 million off his 9 million stack. But he's not going to get any action. So Dovhoz, still the small stack. But has been very patient throughout the day. Doesn't appear to be too concerned about the current stack distributions. Jack 10 suited for Kernak in the hijack. Pretty hand. Opens to 1.5 million. But don't think he'll get any action from Eladan with 6-2 in the big blind. I would love to know the percentage of hands that Kernak has played and won. I would think it's very high. I think it feels like he's sort of won 80, 90% of the pots that he's entered. Quite a few of them have just been raise and takes, but can't really recall him coming off on the wrong end of any kind of significant pot so far. Tober with Jack 8 off on the button. Raises to 2.1 million, 3.5 big blinds. Interesting size again from him. And Dovhoz has woken up with jacks in the big blind and immediately moves all in. $7.5 bigs for Tober to call, and don't think he will be. Does ask for the count, but surely this isn't enough to be calling off a 3-bet jam. Does eventually send his hand into the muck where it belongs. And Dovhoz moves up to 16 big blinds. Hi, Neon Num. Thanks for joining us in the chat. Hope all is well in northern Germany. Thanks for your kind words about the stream. So yeah, Kernak really opening up a big lead over Simacek, almost double Simacek stack. And yeah, this is a really nice spot for him. Vizzy, now the short stack, 14 big blinds, but nobody in the absolute danger zone. Tober with ace-9 in the cutoff. And he goes for 2.2 million, 3.7. Again, a big open size. And MJ, King Jack in the big blind. Won't be feeling delighted about that open size, but does make the call. Heads up to the flop. Queen, 6 deuce, 2 hearts. Tober still ahead, but he checks it back. 5 of hearts. MJ has the jack of hearts, so he's picked up plenty of extra outs. And Tober is now going to have a stab at this following MJ checking twice. It looked like, maybe, no. Oh, he moves all in. And that gets the job done. Interesting jam from Tober there. No heart, ace high. But it forces the fold. Pocket sixes for Zimacek. Opens to 1.5 under the gun. Vizzy lets go of King Jack. Eladan, who came into the final table with a huge chip lead, but has now dwindled down to 18 bigs. Looks down at Jack 10 suited. But decides discretion is the better part of valor against the under the gun open. It is also Kernak's big blind, the big stack, so I think you have to give Zimacek credit for a strong range under the gun. Perhaps even more so than normal. King of clubs, 10 of clubs for Kernak. Nice hand to defend with. And he's flopped the flush draw on ace 3-2. Checks it across. Bet of 2 million into the 3.9 pot from Zimacek. Kernak elects to just call. I think perhaps if the other club wasn't an ace, he may have went for the check raise there. But Zimacek's going to have a lot of aces under the gun. Queen of diamonds. Turn gives Kernak a gut shot to go with a flush draw. checks across to Zimacek, who checks back his sixes. And Kernak bricks out, but will he perhaps think that check back means Zimacek does not have the ace, and there's some scope to run a bluff here. I think he will stab at it, and it probably will work. 2.5 million. Zimacek now just has third pair. Really, all he's beating that check called the flop is the missed club draw. 4 on the river does also give the one card straight possibilities with the 5, and Kernak certainly has more of those. Well, all of those compared to Zimacek. Zimacek has proved capable of hero calls before, called twice on the river with ace high. Both times was proven to be incorrect, but perhaps he can sniff this one out. And he does reach for chips. Gives it some more thought. And he does make the call. It's a crying call, but he'll see he's good. Nod of the head from Kernak. Taps the table. And yeah, Zimacek definitely doesn't like folding rivers. Takes the congratulations of the table for a nice call. Folded round to MJ. Gets rid of 6-5 on the button. Kernak with 10s in the small blind. Raises to 2.2 million. Zimacek maybe thinks that's a bit of revenge in relation to the last hand, but Kernak shows him the goods. Vizzy gets a walk in the big blind. Always nice whenever you're the short stack and you don't have much. And the deadlock in terms of bust outs still has not been broken. You would imagine once we get to the next level, 400, 800, that will force matters. Eladan with Ace Jack under the gun. Opens to 1.2 million. Kernack with King Queen in the cutoff. Lets it go very astutely. Tober defends Queen 4 off in the big blind. Has Eladan covered. And he hits the front on the Queen 7-4 flop. Checks it over to his opponent. Eladan goes for the range bet. 1 million into the 3.3 pot. Oh, 2 pair for Tober, sorry, Queen 4-7. I like the check call there. Keep in the bluffs. King of Hearts gives Eladan a gut shot. Tober praying Eladan has connected with that. If he hadn't a piece of anything on the flop. Now goes for the lead, 1.6 million. Into the 5.3 pot. It's a strange line to check call the flop and then lead the king turn whenever it's so much more in favour of Eladan's under the gun range. Does ring alarm bells for Eladan. But he's going to try to bink something on the river. He's hoping for a 10. It'll be interesting to see what happens if an ace rolls off. And it is the 10. My goodness. And he just, Tober snap moves all in, and Eladan calls with the nuts. And that is Eladan up to 37 big blinds, and Tober back down to around about 6. What a river for Eladan. He's had a bit of a tough time of it at the final table. Came in as the chip leader. Hasn't really done anything wrong, but has come off on the wrong end of a few big hands. But he'll be hoping that's the start of him getting back up amongst the chip leaders. So back to we were almost 2.5 hours ago, 3 hours ago. Tober is the short stack. All the other players waiting for him to bust. Vizzy with pocket jacks on the button. $14 big blinds. Goes for the open to 1.6 million. Tober lets go Queen 4. And I don't think Eladan will be interested in 8-7 off. And he gives it up quickly. Pocket 4s for Tober, and he moves all in from the button. 5.7 big blinds. And looks like he will get that through. Dovhoz 9 high in the big blind. Ace Queen for Tober. Is he going to go on another run of just double up after double up? And he does move all in. $10-8 for MJ. He's now shortish himself on 13 bigs, so he will let that go. So Tober, MJ, and Dovhoz, pretty similar stacks at the bottom of the standings. Vizzy, not much more. 17 big blinds. Folded to MJ in the small blind, 10-4 of hearts. And he gives Kernak a walk in the big blind. And Kernak is really now at the stage where, as long as Zimacek isn't involved in the hand, he can really almost be opening every hand now, and putting real pressure on these players. He hasn't elected to let the handbrakes off thus far, perhaps content to let the short stacks try to bust each other. But Tuber all in with King 10 of clubs, and Dovhoz wakes up with Ace King. So these two are going to tangle again. Dovhoz just covers him by 2.2 bigs. Can Tuber get lucky here, or are we going to lose him in 7th? King in the window, and it's King 10. Wow, 2 pair. Dovhoz needs an ace. 7 of hearts on the turn. Come on from Tuber, pleading for a brick, and it is the 8 of diamonds. And wow, Tuber just cannot be killed. It's like a cockroach, just will not die. So now Dovhoz down to 2 big blinds. Wow, 2 pair in the window, no sweat. Bird, good players can predict the flop. That would be quite the superpower to have, wouldn't it? Eladan with Ace 2 of clubs. And Dovhoz must have trash, 5-4, folds off his 2 big blinds. Vizzy will get rid of 10 high in the big blind. Proper roller coaster ride for Tuber so far. And Dovhoz does move all in with Ace 9. Zimacek has Ace 5 suited on the button. He will call by the looks of things. And Tuber comes along with Jack 7 suited in the big blind. So potential treble up for Dovhoz. Zimacek and Tuber active in the side pot. Wheel draw. for Zimchek. Nothing really for Tober. Checked through, and there we go. The wheel draw. Dovhus does have the ace of clubs, so still has outs. He's not drawing dead yet. So Dovhus is going to need a club on the river. 18% equity. Or a 5 for a chop. But it's the 9 of spades. And he shakes hands with his fellow countryman, Elatan. And the rest of the table, all smiles. Great run from him. He takes 8,400 euros. And we're now down to 6 players on the bubble for the WSOP Europe main event seats. And Jurnak really can start opening wide and putting the pressure on these players now. Nobody is going to want to bust in 6th. Max Winhunters, Nathaniel, lucky that he's not on the table. May well be the case. You guys have some history, do you? Yeah, he's had a pretty roller coaster day as well. But he's got things going in the correct direction again. Zimchek with ace, jack of clubs, opens to 1.5 from the hijack. MJ gets rid of jack 7 in the big blind. Quick dealer change. There's the state of play. Kernak still out in front. 20 big blind lead over Zimchek. Eladan in 3rd. MJ and Vizzy bringing up the rear. And Tober, Mr. Invincible, setting on 20 big blinds. And a genuine hand for MJ in the small blind. Snowman, pocket 8s. And he's going to ship it in. Kernak unlikely to call with jack 4. And lets it go. Bunny punts, the ICM pressure is huge. Yeah, no, with these 5 main event seats added into the mix, worth 50 buy-ins by themselves, and the chance to play in massive tournament with some of the best players in the world. Something that all these players will be very keen to lock up if they can. But yeah, even for first place, 62,000, 250 buy-ins, a huge first place prize. MJ gets the jam through from the button with King Jack. Tuber with King Jack under the gun. Raises to 3 big blinds. Blinds now up to 300, 600. And Kernack with Ace-9. Decides to just call. Vizzy is now the short stack on 12 bigs. Gets rid of pocket 5s in the big blind. Hoping that Kernack can do some damage to Tuber for him. Tuber goes ahead though with second pair on the Queen Jack 4 flop. And he will continue for 3.2 million. And Kernack's not going to be able to withstand that heat. Ace-9 for Elidan under the gun. Folded to Zimchak on the button, but he won't get involved with 8-3. And Vizzy gives Tuber a walk in the big blind, folding 8-4 from the small blind. So yeah, things getting very cagey now, as they were always going to do. Kernack still staying honest, not opening trash, despite the advantageous position he finds himself in. Tuber with Ace-7 in the small blind. Will approach this with caution, given that Elidan covers him in the big. 10-8 of hearts for Elidan. Nice hand to check back and take a flop. And he flops the flush draw on 3-9-3. Quickly checked through. binks it on the turn. Tuber checks. Small bet, 800k maybe. 1.1 million. And unfortunately, Tuber doesn't have a heart in his hand. Doesn't necessarily mean he's going to fold, though. He does stick around. Interesting float for the river. And it's the king of diamonds. Is a paired board, but I don't think Elidan will be concerned about that. And Elidan, Tuber quickly lets it go in the face of a bet from Elidan. Not sure what's going on with the background noise. Has somebody binked the jackpot somewhere? Neon Numb asking slot jackpot in the background. Yeah, sounded like it, didn't it? Hopefully somebody's hit it big. Folded to Elidan in the small blind, 8-6. He completes. MJ with Queen 5. Checks it back. And we'll take a flop. Ace 10, 7. In favour of Elidan's small blind limp range. I think a small bet should do the job here. And he does indeed lead out. And MJ quickly folds. Oh, thanks for the kind words on the commentary in the YouTube chat, BL Pokdoc. Much appreciated. And Zimchak woken up with rockets under the gun. Now, this is actually a wee bit of a nightmare for him in that Kernak, the big stack is in the big blind. He would have preferred any other player in the big blind, but Kernak doesn't have a hand he can defend with. Bird confirming the TV table isn't far away from the slot machines. So yeah, somebody must have hit big. Would love to know what it was. And Simchek gets a walk in the big blind. King Jack of diamonds for Tober. Going to open under the gun. Three big blinds. Kernak with ace-7 has diamonds covered. He had a spot earlier where Tober opened under the gun with king high, and Kernak elected not to 3-bet ace-9, where you can be just putting max ICM pressure on these guys. This seems like a similar spot. Of course, it's not a premium hand, but Tober has shown a tendency to open reasonably big sizes and has then been forced off those pots. And Kernak is going to put the pedal down. Very nice play. Exactly what he should be doing, in my opinion. 3 bets to 8 million. And Tober has to fold. And that's very good play from Kernak. And that is exactly what he should be doing from now on. While we were on the bubble for this World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket, he really can just put people in ICM jail, a world of pain. And if, for example, there Tober had a hand that he feels he has to go with, it's not going to do a huge amount of damage to Kernak, so there seems to be very little downside. MJ thinking about king 6 suited from the hijack with his 9 big blind stack. Slightly less than 9 bigs. And he does decide that is going to be good enough. Moves all in. And doesn't look like he's going to get any action. And he'll be happy enough to take that down pre-flop. On to hand 151 of the session. Still 6 players left. Queen Jack for Simicek in the cutoff. Min opens. And Vizzy with a suited ace-5, 6 big blinds. decides it's not the time, but he's going to have to make a move soon. Blinds now 400, 800, 800. Eladan defends the king 5 of clubs in the big blind. Nod of the head from Zimacek. And this is an action flop. Top pair for Eladan. Up and down, straight draw for Zimacek. Zimacek with the covering stack. Eladan with a weak king. And if Zimacek really puts the pressure on, he could definitely get Eladan off this, given the ICM considerations that we've already discussed. I think Eladan has to check call once. And he does make the call. Be interesting to see if this is a brick. It is the brick, 4 of clubs. Be very interesting to see if Zimacek double barrels here. And he just checks back, wants to see a free card. And he bricks out. And this will just be checked through. And Eladan takes it down. I think if Zimacek had have went for sort of 75% sizing on the turn there, would have been a very, very difficult spot for Eladan. With VZ on 5.5 big blinds. So perhaps a missed opportunity for Zimacek there. Can, of course, understand the desire to take the free card and see where you end up on the river. Not by any means saying it's a mistake, but with the ICM dynamics in play, that was definitely a chance for him to put some serious pressure on Eladan and see how he responded. Chip leader Kernak with Cowboys under the gun. And I think it's short stack MJ who's in the big blind. Or second short stack, sorry. Folded round to MJ in the big blind, and he unfortunately has 3 high. So he will have to dispose of those. Kings again, somebody asks, and Karnak shows the goods. Very generous of him. Pocket sevens for VZ, and he decides to take his stand from the hijack, and he has ran into the overpair of Eladan, who asked for the count. And he does make the call. And Vizzy's going to be down to a 2-outer here, going to need to find a 7. Otherwise, everybody has locked up €10,300 seat. Here we go. No help on the ace 10 6 flop. Elidan also has the clubs covered. 10 of diamonds turn. Vizzy up out of his chair. Needs a 7 on the river. Otherwise it's game over. And it is the ace of hearts. Vizzy shakes hands with the table. Great run from him. He leaves with €11,000, which is a career best score for him. So well played. Career best tournament score anyway. He'll be devastated not to make the top 5. But a great run nonetheless. And that should free up a bit of the tension at the table. Everybody very pleased to secure their ticket for the massive World Series of Poker Europe main event here at King's in the autumn. That takes place from 17th of September to the 8th of October. And these guys will be relishing the chance to mix it in that. Ace Jack for Elidan in the cutoff. Kernak calls with King 7 of spades in the small blind. Off to the flop we go. And Kernak flops top pair. On King 10-2, checks across to Elidan, who has the gut shot. And positional advantage. We'll go for a range bet here. $1.5 million. Into 4.8. And Kernak goes for the check raise. $4.5 million. And Elidan elects to let it go. Doesn't want to be tangling with the chip leader. There will be a break in a couple of hands. Elidan opening ace jack of clubs under the gun. MJ queen jack of diamonds in the cutoff. He is now the short stack. And he is going to 3-bet jam. For 6.7 million, 8.4 bigs. Eladan makes the call. Has MJ dominated? Oh, MJ already away from the table, can't bear to watch. King 7-6. Backdoor diamonds for MJ. But Eladan still ahead. 3 of hearts is no help. So he's going to need a queen on the river. Otherwise we're down to 4. And it is a jack. Eladan's better kicker plays. And we are down to 4. Great run from MJ. 14,200 euros in the bank for him, along with a seat to the World Series of Poker main event, World Series of Poker Europe main event. (7-5) suited for Zimacek on the button. He's had a relatively quiet wee spell, hasn't picked up any hands, has been happy to let some carnage develop around him. Pocket 7s for Tober in the small blind. I think this is an automatic all in, and he does rip it. And Eladan has King Queen in the big blind. Interesting spot. You can probably discount Zimchek's button open as relatively wide, but Tober's 3-bet jam indicates some strength, and Eladan does let go of the King Queen. Zimchek folds the 7-5. So Tober gets that through, sends him up to 14 big blinds. And I think there's one more hand before the break. Kernak and Eladan stretching ahead of Zimacek. And then Tober at the bottom of the pile with 14 bigs. But, you know, one double up. He's very close again to Zimacek and Eladan anyway. Ace-6 of hearts for Tober on the button. Opens to 2.6 million. Eladan with pocket 9s in the small blind. And he's going to go for the 3-bet. Looks like 6.5. Yep, 6.5 million. Kernak does have an ace in the big blind, but he won't want to tangle with Eladan. And wow, Tuber does flat the 3-bet, leaving himself 6 big blinds behind. 14.6 million pot. He only has 4.6 million behind. And he picks up a pair of 6s, but he's still behind Eladan. Eladan has a straight draw as well. He does jam, and Tuber does call, and he's going to see the bad news. He's going to need an ace or a 6. Otherwise, we're down to 3 before the break. This is the last hand of the break. And there is the 9 to give Eladan a set. Needs an 8 for a chop. And it is the ace on the river. Bit of a rub down ace, actually. And Tuber does take his lead, take his leave in 4th. 18,200 payday, plus the World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. And we are down to 3. The players will now go on a break. Looks like there is some discussion about a potential deal. Looks like the players are going to look at some numbers. Nothing to separate Eladan and Kernak, with Simchek slightly behind them, but still with a stack that can cause both Eladan and Kernak plenty of damage. There are the remaining payouts: 24,800 for third, 35,300 for second, 62,400 for first. Yes, Bird, you missed Tuber busting. He opened ace-6 from the button, flatted against a 3-bet from Eladan from the small blind with pocket 9s. He picked up bottom pair and went with it. But Eladan turned a set to improve further, and that was the end of the road for Torben. At the moment, it's a break, but it looks like the players are discussing a potential deal. So we'll be back.
I love that the little graphic lights up on the bottom right.
Yeah.
Somebody's turn to act.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah.
Outstanding observation, Jeff.
Thank you. Kruger, 2 queens.
Ladies.
But dealt with the 8s, and we know he likes to see some flops.
I wanted revenge. Why?
Oh.
Sees a flop of 7-5-4.
This is a problem for the jacket man. In his mind, it's an overpair and a gut shot straight draw. Could just be all of it. Who knows? Let's see. Discipline, just call. Oh.
And turns a straight.
Yahtzee.
Kruger checks back quickly. More than 22K in the pot. How much here? It's like 16.
Oh, it's such a gross spot for Kruger. Overcalled pre-flop. This type of texture. Calls you on the flop. Check, check, turn, and now you're facing a 16K bet. What is the bluff? Like missed ace-X of hearts? Can't be ace-queen of hearts. We have that. It's got to be exactly like ace-jack, ace-king. Seems like ace-king suited you would have heard from again pre.
You bluff me?
Yeah, to your point, hard to find too many bluffs.
Excellent fold.
Let's go of the queens correctly.
It was way by time.
Nice hand.
Thank you. Mm. 1200.
Isildur, ace queen. Up to 6,500.
Oh.
Dell calls with the ace-8 suited.
Maybe I get my money back.
Volkic in there.
This guy's great.
King, queen, 6. Good for Volkic.
Problems for Isildur.
What you playing?
Turn 9.
Victor just hoping this goes check, check. I'm curious if Volkic is going to try and get a little value for that king. He does. And it is so small.
5600.
Such an annoying spot. You're being laid a tremendous price, but you just feel like your hand is rarely, if ever, good. What do we beat? To be like 5-6 of hearts, ace 10, ace jack. It's never a queen. Jack 10 would have got there. And of course, we're just worried about the king. Very nice.
Very nice. Robert says, love that bet size by Lou Ferrigno. I see Volkic as a young Lou Ferrigno. Most certainly.
Well played, Robert.
Put up as many graphics for us as he wants. Vidal finished 5th here at the 25K GG Millions.
It'd be great if he went back to another graphic momentarily that just says, Jeff Platt is an asshole.
988. Open ender for Shields. Jacks are best.
Nice to see Apocalypse still with us in the chat, by the way.
Oh, yeah. What's he have to say?
He's just letting everyone, a lot of qualifiers from Kings. Also informing folks that there's another Twitch stream.
There is.
Yes.
But it's the exact same stream.
The same one.
But yeah, watch us wherever you want.
Doesn't matter to us. But if you are here with us on YouTube, on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel, click that thumbs up, the like.
Do the same on all the Kings channels, too.
Back to the tank we go.
Anthony says, bro, get this tanker off the table. Is there going to be a world someday in which somebody's taking too long and it's just, boom, you're gone?
It's the young heroes don't help themselves in these instances. They get targeted for this.
Right. The reputation is that. Of course, it doesn't mean every young European player tanks.
No, but it doesn't help when it's actually happening right here during the main event at this feature table. Americans are just as guilty.
Oh, so true. I don't really think Shields has been that bad. Anyway.
He really hasn't been that bad. Yeah. Going for a big bluff, stepping into it, though. Kruger cannot fold this hand. I don't think. It's an under-the-gun open. If you've got 2 jacks, if you've got an 8, bless you. If you've got queens plus, pay him the money. Really giving it some thought. Maybe worried about 9's full.
Folded queens correctly. Can he call with jacks correctly? To your point, just not many 8s exist. There is that call. Kruger will show down the winner to drag a pot of 63K.
Glad I didn't have 10s.
Seat open, Martin's coming for sure. He made the phone call. He's like, seat open, boss.
No.
Cabral's gonna get the open seat.
think now I'm happy. And
He's for sure getting the open seat. He didn't reg yet. He waited for the seat to come open for the table. They go, Martin, seat open. He goes, okay, I go register right now. Okay, boss. I gotta stop joking like this. They're gonna kidnap me over here.
You can see we are now up to 100 entrants, Jeff.
Leon, if you're listening, I'm joking.
I believe we are aware of who that 100th entry is. We'll keep that a secret until we see it.
It's a big celebration. How about the chat? Any guesses for who the 100th entrant is in the main event
Entry
for today?
100, day 1B.
In the movie, he's like going to like meet his mother, and his mother like runs out of time like 30 seconds before he gets to her, and she just dies.
Jack says Cabral. Could be. Palma was calling for that. Ray says Chrissy. Could be. Basketball Maven says D-Negs. It's not D-Negs because we know it's his fantasy hockey draft, and he's not missing that for anything.
Helmuth in a ridiculous costume from Xander.
Oh.
Interesting. Monica Lewinsky. Huh.
It could be. Oh, 2 queens for Runkan.
Would imagine he's going to find a customer
What's sick with all of us? Like we just sit here like,
along the
for 4
way.
hours just shuffling chips. Very strong fingers.
At the moment,
What else can you do?
I would expect Osafa to be the last to act and have that decision. Plenty of chips. Flicks in the call. There we are. How about Zimmerer? King 10 suited. Out.
Heads up to this flop, about 25K in the pot. Okay, Jack at 10 at 9 means open enders for both.
Perhaps a little further action. Quick check by Runkin with the queens.
Turn 6. More guesses. Kristen, Kevin Hart. Watch it be Tony G, says Robert.
And Runkin again deciding to check turn. Let's see if he tries to eke out a little value now.
I think now is the time. Not before.
Maybe very concerned about being up against a set like 9s, 10s, jacks
Sure.
would even make sense as played. But after it goes check, check on flop and again on turn, you just must bet.
There is that bet. A small one that is called quickly by the 8s.
no ace of clubs. Sorry? No ace of clubs.
Welcome back to the final table of the ZTOS Art main event. We are down to 3 players. They have been deep in deal discussions during the course of that break, and a deal has been reached. Whereby Nathaniel Eladan will take €38,390. Jan Kernock, €38,740. And a great deal for Peter Zimacek in third, who walks away with €32,040. And they're going to play on for 12,130. So into the action, Kernack with 2 pair, 6s and 3s, but Zimacek ahead with 10s and 3s. So a great deal for Zimacek. Third place would have been 24,800, and he was quite a way behind the other two, and he's managed to negotiate a deal of 32,000. And Zimacek takes that pot down on the turn. Everybody's still quite deep. I think I heard the tournament director say the clock had been reduced to 30 minutes for the final 3. And I think a worthy final trio here. Personally, I think these are probably the 3 best players at the final table. All played very solid and negotiated their way to the final 3 nicely. Elidan raises 10-9 from the small blind to 2 million. Sorry, Zimacek raises to 2 million. Elidan defends the big blind with 4-3 of diamonds. Four in the window, followed by 2 aces. So Elidan ahead. Checked through. And Zimacek hits the front on the 10 of clubs turn. Checks once more. Elidan's going to try to take a stab at this, but it's unlikely to work. Fires out a bet of 2.9 million. Zimacek makes the call. And the 9 of clubs river doesn't change anything. And it's checked through. And Zimacek takes that one down. Hello to Legend Clips in the chat. Thanks for joining us. Pocket 9s for Elidan in the small blind. Raises to 2.5 million. Kernack lets go king high in the big blind. Kernak raised to 2.5 from the small blind with 8-5. Simchak won't be going anywhere with King Queen. Does just call. Ten, 8-4 flop. Kernak ahead with second pair. And he continues with a chunky bet of 4 million into 4.8. Sorry, 5.8. And that's good enough to force Simchak to fold. So yeah, those payouts that you see there are redundant now, given the deal that's been done. They are playing on for €12,130. Simchak's locked up 32,000. Eladan just over 39,000, and Kernak slightly less, 38,790. Still a chunky prize to be playing on for. €12,000, €250 buy-in. So about 50 buy-ins. Eladan picks up a pair of eights on the turn. Kernak with the gut shot. We'll just check it through. And Eladan try to get some value here, but don't think he'll have a customer. And Kernak quickly folds. And plenty of action coming up on the stream. Next Saturday and Monday, we've got the Festival Cash Game Challenge. Festival kicking off on the 6th of June until the 16th. Biggest Hand and Mob Championship ever. €300,000 guarantee for 150 buy-in. And a €550, 500,000 guaranteed main event. Queen 2-4 flop checked through here. Eladan ahead with King High. And King High remains good. And it's just checked down. King 8 for Simichak in the small blind. Raises to 2 million. Eladan with Ace Queen in the big blind. And he's going to put in a 3-bet. $7.8 million. And Simichak quickly lets it go. Queen 9 suited for Eladan in the small blind. $2.4 million. Kernak has Ace 5 in the big blind. And he puts in the 3-bet to 5.3 million. Eladan is going to call. 3-handed. Have to open up your ranges a wee bit. Be prepared to get into the weeds with non-premium hands. Gut shot for Eladan. Kernak still good with Ace High. Kernak does continue when checked to him. 4.5 million bet. Into the 14.4 million pot. Sorry, 10.4 million pot. Eladan does check call. So big 20 million pot brewing here. Eladan does pick up third pair, which puts him in front on the turn. Pair of 9s. Kernak checks it back. Eladan might be thinking about a blocker bet, but goes for the check. Just wants to get it down to showdown, and he is good. And that gives him quite a substantial lead now. 82 big blinds to 46 big blinds. Sim check, I think, still around the sort of 35 big blind mark, something along those lines. Kernak completes in the small blind with Ace 3. And Zimchak checks back 9-2. Jack 6-5 flop. Kernak still ahead with Ace High. Zimchak just checks it back and hits the front with a pair of deuces on the turn. Gut shot for Kernak. And he'll fire out a bet of 2 million. Zimchek will make the call. And Kernak does get there on the river with the 3. And Zimchek will see the bad news. Shake it ahead. Unfortunate one for him there. Zimchek completes in the small blind with 3-2. Eladan with ace-10. Goes for the raise, and that'll dispose of Simicek. And yeah, great deal for Simicek. He had total hand and mob earnings of $30,000. So has overtaken that in a single score here. Flush draw for Zimicek and second pair for Kernak. So this could see some fireworks. Zimchek bets 2 million into the 5.2 million pot. Kernak goes for the check call and he turns 2 pair, but Zimchek has the nut flush and he checks it back. Lovely bit of deception. $4.5 million from Kernak on the river. Zimchek will be raising, just a matter of whether he decides to go for all of it. And he does move all in. And this is a very tough spot for Kernak with 2 pair. But snap fold, knows exactly where he is. Well played, Jan Kernak. Hi, Rusty. Didn't seem tough. No. Not for Jan, anyway. 3-handed. 2 pair is a pretty strong hand, but not good enough there. And Kernak was able to sniff it out. He must have been really sure. Yeah, no, I mean, no consideration at all. You would have thought it would have been worthy of a bit of thought, but yeah, really good instincts from Jan. And Elidan's opened the button here with Queen 9 and has been faced with a 3-bet to 3 million from Zimchak in the big blind. Elidan does make the call. 7.6 million in the middle. And Zimchak finds top pair. Elidan completely misses. Beyond backdoor straight draws. Fires out a bet of 3.1 million. Elidan gives him a smile and quickly gets rid of his hand. Pocket sixes for Kernack on the button. Elidan with 90 to clubs in the big blind. Certainly be a defend, you would think. Possibly a 3-bet. Makes the call. And bottom set for Kernack. Up and down draw for Elidan. So you would think there would be some chips going into the middle here. Kernack fires out a chunky bet of 4.5 million. Elidan calls. Queen pairs the board and improves Kernack to a full house. So Elidan's draws are now dead and he's going to give him a chance to catch up. But unfortunately for Kernack, Elidan bricks the river. Flush. Spade flush does come in. Elidan with clubs, but maybe potentially might feel he can rep something there. But he's going to have to bet fold here. 8.5 million. And Kernack just extremely disappointed that Elidan doesn't have a queen or the flush. But a chunky pot, 17 million pot for him there. Zimchak with king 8 on the button. Opens to 2 million. And Kernack gets out of the way with 10-3 of hearts. You see it for Elidan on the button. Opens to 2 million. Pocket 10s for Kernack in the small blind. 3-bet incoming. $5.9 million. Elidan will continue. And to the flop we go. Kernack 72% favourite at the moment. And top set for Kernack and second pair for Elidan. This could spell trouble for the Israeli. Just under half pot bet. 6.8 into 13.4. It's going to be ahead of a lot of Broadway, a lot of better aces. And Elidan does call. Unblocks clubs as well. Jack of club on the river, sorry, on the turn. Kernack does have the 10 of clubs as well. $12.5 million bet. I think if Elidan had the ace of clubs, he definitely calls, but this is starting to look smaller and smaller, and he does get away from it. King 6 for Zimchek in the small blind completes. Has Elidan dominated with 6-2 in the big blind. He takes a flop. Three, 4, 7, all spades. Zimchek with the 6 of spades. Straight flush draw. Elidan has the 2 of spades. Zimchek binks a straight on the 5 of diamonds turn. as does Elidan. So Zimchek free rolling to the spades. Elidan just calls. And the board pairs. And this will be a chop. Unless something funky happens. Did Elidan fold there? No, no, no. Chopped up. Ace Jack for Zimacek on the button. Opens to 2 million. Blinds have now went up to 500,000, 1 million with a 1 million big blind ante. Kernack will defend in the big blind, 7-5 suited. Up and down for Kernack, but Zimchek still in the lead. Zimchek bets 2 million, but Kernack's not going to be going anywhere. And he does get there on the turn. Zimchek just shuts down though. And Kernack's not going to get any action from this river bet. And Zimchek quickly folds. So yeah, if you're just joining us, the players are playing on for 12,180 euros, having agreed an ICM deal. In the last three. Kernack limps the small blind with Queen 6. Zimchek pumps it up to 4 million with Ace 3 in the big blind. And Kernack sends his hand into the muck. Queen Jack for Kernack on the button. Raises to 2 million. 3 million, sorry. And Elidan 7 juice in the big blind. So Kernack doesn't get any action. Ace King suited for Zimacek on the button. Lovely spot, three-handed. Makes it 2.5 to go. Ah, and Kernack, same hand in the big blind. Three bets to 8.5 million. Simchek quickly moves all in. Kernack calls. So Simchek looking for spades. Can't believe it. They've both woken up with ace king three-handed. One spade, back door. No, and it's going to be a chop. Was a black card, but 9 of clubs, unfortunately. So yeah, Kernack with a good lead over Simchek, 30 big blind lead, and Elidan just a wee bit behind him. Still very close. And Simchek and Elidan can certainly do damage to Kernack. Nobody short. So we may have a fair bit of play ahead of us. Kernack raises ace-3 from the small blind, and Simchek gets rid of 9 high in the big. Simchek with king 7 of clubs in the small blind. Raises it up to 3.5 million. Elidan with jack 6 of clubs decides to give it up. Queen 9 for Simchek on the button. 3.5 million open. Kernack with the ace in the big blind. Ace 4. And folds. Didn't like Simchek's 3.5 big blind open size. Ace-8 of clubs for Elidan on the button. Certainly a playable hand. He makes it 2.5 million and gets no action. Kernak, Queen Jack on the button. Looks like 3.5 million. Elidan, I think, is saying you're making it too big. I want to play, but you're making it too big. Kernak confirming the price for a flop is 3.5 big blinds. Simicek brings the price down a wee bit, 2.5 from the button with Queen 6. And Kernak just folds Jack high. Five 4 suited for Kernak in the small blind. Completes. And Zimchek checks 9-7 in the big blind. Up and down draw for Kernak on the 6-6-3 board. Checked through to the 8 of spades turn. Kernak comes out with a 2 million bet. Simcek does now have a gut shot. No, an up and down, sorry. And he's going to raise 6 million. Putting the pressure back on Kernak. He makes the call. And Kernak gets there with the 7 on the river. Simcek finds the check back, having picked up a pair for some showdown value. And Kernak moves on to 74 million, continuing to build his lead. Jack 8, not good enough for Kernak on the button. Would have thought that would have been open worthy, but decides to let the blinds battle it out. Simchek completes from the small blind with Jack 3, and Eladan checks back 8-2. Simchak in front with a pair of threes. Third pair, King 9-3. Checks it across to Eladan, who does now pick up a pair of twos on the turn. And perhaps Simchek will get some value now. 1.5, 2 million, sorry, from Simchek. Eladan will make the call. And 5 of spades river might go check now. I think it probably will. Yep. And Simchek is good with the pair of threes. Simchak with ace 3 on the button. Makes it 2.5 to go. And gets that through. Eladan down to 23 big blinds now. And Kernak gives Zimacek a walk. And part of the problem when it gets to three-handed, it's just so difficult for two people to get hands that are going to lead to a lot of money going in the pot. Ace 9 suited for Kernak on the button. And it looks like he's tried to tried to raise the 10 million there. A bit of a issue with the chips, but it's been allowed. And Eladan folds king high. If he didn't like the 3.5 million price to see a flop, he's certainly not going to like the 10.5 million price. King Queen for Eladan in the small blind. And there will be a break after this hand. Kernak has woken up with kings in the big blind. Raises to 7 million. And Eladan's had enough. He jams. And Kernak calls. And he's going to see the bad news, Eladan. He just had enough of Kernak pushing him around. Eladan telling Kernak he doesn't need good luck. Send it to him. No help for Eladan on the jack. 7-5, 2 spades. Flop. Eladan with the king, queen of clubs. He's going to need a 10. And queen does give him some outs to another queen. But it is the ace of clubs. Great run from Elidan. Played very well. Came into the final table as the chip leader. So there will be a short break before they commence heads-up play. Five-minute break. So join us on the other side, and we'll see if Kernak can get this job done with a big chip lead. Should be an interesting heads-up match. And again, those payouts aren't quite accurate. There's been a deal done, so they are playing for 12,180 euros.
And a nice guy.
Strong foist. Big fall down.
The chat loving your nicknames today. One in particular.
Let's just call it like I see it.
Yes, you do.
Literally how I read the names.
That's why
it
you're
looks like to me.
One of the top 17 in the business.
Aztec gonna raise it up.
No, Ostet.
Three betting king jack. Look at these
Nines,
hands.
tens, sevens. 4 ways to this flop. Queen, jack, deuce. Ostet outflops them all.
Now becomes a huge favorite.
$2,500. 2.5.
The icon.
Wow, the icon getting sticky with it. Just a couple of
I'm not
nines.
done with the nines.
It's a tough hand to want to continue with, even when you hit, let's say, the 9 of diamonds. Are you really that happy?
Especially when at that point you had 2 other players left to act.
I think he's a feel guy. You know, you
I
just
love it.
won that big pot. You're trying to ride the heater, the momentum. Oh,
How
wow.
about a 9 on the river?
He finds it. I believe in the power of momentum.
That's why we said you have to call there
He's
with nines.
made me a believer, Jeff. And it's the 9 of diamonds, exactly. Undeterred now. How much?
We have.
You see, Nicholas,
I got
very
the king of
curious.
diamonds.
Yeah, I had the king of diamonds in my hand. You don't have king 10 with the king of diamonds.
Or you can call.
Oh.
And I will get you a new ginger tea.
Says, I'll show you if you fold.
So what are you trying to say you have? Flush?
No.
Queens?
This one's going to be a hard one to guess. Oh.
No? What can I beat though? Not much. Not much.
You have a
Could
jack,
beat
right?
ace 10.
If you have ace jack, it's a tough decision, man. For
It
you.
is, right?
But you might
I love
win.
this.
You might win a cup of tea.
Goddamn.
Oh, this is incredible. The speech play. Is it going to work for the icon?
I'm gonna talk him into this call.
Could have made like ace king maybe. I beat that.
Yeah, you can beat that, yeah.
Remember pre-flop, the icon called the 3-bet from Osted.
Ace check is a good hand, man.
Huh?
It's a good hand, ace check.
I know.
Now a little too much talking, I think.
1 minute and then I make my mind. Take your time.
Ace king is what he feels he could be up against. Maybe ace queen hunting that value. Otherwise, it's pretty much only ace 10 of diamonds that he's worried about. Remember what Jeff, you just pointed out. He overcalled the 3-bet on the button with the 9s. That range of hands narrows, especially for a player like the icon. It's never going to be 9-8 suited, right? As an example. Very rarely.
King queen.
Does fling in the chips. The icon gets paid off.
Welcome back to our coverage of the final table of the ZTOS Art main event. Only 2 players remain standing from 1,765 total entries. Jan Kernak and Peter Zimicek. Kernak with 95 big blinds, Zimicek on 37. So a chunky lead for Kernak. A deal was done amongst the final 3, so they are playing on for €12,180. And first hand of heads up, Kernak with Queen 9 on the button. Raises to 2 million. Zimicek defends 3-2 in the big blind. And he goes ahead on the ace 3-10 flop. Checks across to Kernak, who will continue with a range bet. 2 million into 5 million. Zimicek makes the call. And turns 2 pair. Kernak shuts down though. And the 5 of club river means it's unlikely that Kernak's going to put anything more into this pot. And Zimchak takes it down with a bet of 5.5 million. So first blood to Zimchak. Moves up to 41 big blinds. Still 50 bigs behind Kernak. Queen 9 of clubs for Zimchak. He raises it up to 3.5 million. Kernak defends 10-8. Queen in the window, followed by another trip queens for Zimchak. Kernak unfortunately has none of it. Queen, queen, king. And he bets 3.5 million. Kernak going for the check raise though. Raises to 10 million. Zimchak does just move all in. And Kernak quickly lets it go. So gap down to 20 big blinds. First two pots to Zimchak. Off heads up play. Zimchak has already locked up a career best score. Kernak raises Queen Jack from the button to 3.5 million. Zimchak has another genuine hand. Ace 10 in the big blind. He's going to 3-bet. Makes it 10 million. And looks like Kernak is going to come along. He does indeed. So another big pot brewing here, 21 million in the middle already. Jack in the window. Jack 8-6. Kernak hits the front with top pair. Zimchak checks. And Kernak quickly fires out a 10 million bet. No messing around. And Zimchek does just fold. Nothing really more he could do in the face of that sizing. Kernak with exactly double Zimachek's stack after that hand. Zimchek raising 9-3 from the button. Kernak defends 10-8. Some people might be thinking, what's he doing playing 9-3? But when your head's up, you have to be prepared to play bottom of the range hands. Kernak checks his top pair on 10-6-2. Zimachek checks behind, and he does pick up second pair Zimachek. So Kernak probably will get some value now. 2.5 million. He leads out 3 million, sorry. It's a mandatory call from Zimachek, and he does call. And Juice River pairs the board. Kernak still good. And he doesn't go for any further value. But he set the trap, and Zimchek is going to have a stab at it. Looks like 5 million, maybe 6 million. And Kernak makes the quick call. And is indeed good. And Kernak now with a 3-1 advantage. Queen 5 of clubs for Kernak on the button. I'm sure this will be another raise. Well, he does just go for the limp this time. Interesting. Excuse me. Zimachek with ace 8 of clubs in the big blind. And he will raise it up. $4.3 million. And Kernak does let it go. Again, some good instincts. Jack 5 for Zimachek on the button. And he does go for the limp. Kernak checks back 6-3. Both miss. Simchek still good with jack high. Checks it back. Now he picks up an up and down draw, but just checks it back. And he's let Kernak get there with a pair of sixes. Simchek frustrated with that one. Probably could have had a stab at the turn, having picked up some extra outs. Kernak raises 2.6 million from the button. Juices for Simchek. Decides to just call. Wouldn't have minded a 3-bet there with pocket pair heads up. Kernak hits the front with a pair of jacks. All spade flop. Neither player holds a spade. Simchek checks it over. And a 2.6 million bet from Kernak gets the job done. And he's just eating away at Simchek's stack at the moment. Trying to grind him down. And Kernak looks like he's on the cards for another big win at Kings. Back in August 2019, he won the German Poker's Masters, €230 buy-in for €180,800. Amazing score for that level of buy-in. He limps here with 10-2 of clubs. Simchek jams with the pocket sixes, and Kernak lets it go. Wow, that German Poker Masters in 2019 had 5,246 entries and 1,711 re-entries. Huge event. Close to a 200k score from a €230 buy-in. Absolutely amazing. That's the type of stuff that happens at Kings. So if you have a window over the summer and fancy playing some poker, check out the schedule. Loads of great stuff coming up. Wow, Kernak open folds King 3 from the button. And Kernack gets a walk there. Ace 4 for Kernack. Raises to 7.6 million. It's too big for Zimchek with queen high in the big blind. Down to 20 bigs now. And there'll come a point in time where he starts to get frustrated. Won't want to let Kernack just run over him. But 9 deuce isn't going to help him much. And he does just give it up. Kernack had the ace in the big blind anyway. Kernack calls from the button with ace 2. Zimchek moves all in with queen 3. 23 bigs. Kernack asking for the count. And he's called. This could be it. Ace 2 against queen 3. Kernack in front. Up out of his chair. Both players. Zimchek needs some help. Ten, 9, 7. Backdoor spade draw for Zimchek, but nothing to help him so far. Ace high still good. Queen or a 3 or a spade. Ace on the turn leaves Zimchek drawing dead, and that is it over. Jan Kernack is the winner of the ZTO's Art main event. Well played to both players. Takes home a lovely trophy there. And around about 50,000 euros after the deal. Crank took 38,790 from that deal. So yeah, just over 50,000 euros. Zimchek, 32,440 euros. Career best score for him. Congratulations. Zimchek came into the heads-up battle with a significant chip disadvantage, battled away as hard as he could. But Kernack couldn't be stopped. Another big win for him at King's Casino in Rozvadov. Clearly one of his favourite places to play. And it's been a fantastic tournament. Thank you very much for joining us. Been very enjoyable. relatively quick-fire final day in terms of getting to the final table. But as is normally the case, matters started to slow down a bit there. Kernack played very well throughout, very composed, wielded his stack at the right times, and was able to close it out. Just conducting some interviews with the media there. Big smile on his face. And yeah, check out the schedule coming up at King's. Huge event coming up, 6th of June, the festival. 1 million festival guarantee. Biggest ever Hendon mob, €150 buy-in, €300,000 guarantee. And a 550 buy-in, 500,000 guaranteed main event. And Kernack comes back to collect his trophy. Looks exhausted, relieved, pleased, all rolled up in one. Always an amazing feeling to win a live poker tournament. And it's extremely tough to do. So you have to cherish those moments whenever they do come. And that concludes our coverage. Thanks very much for joining us. My name's Richard Hayes. You can find me on No Nails Poker on Twitter. And hope to see you soon. Good evening.